Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, March the 18th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Quick sound check, and can you see my screen, please? A couple of yeses will help me know. Thank you, Green. All right, I'm not seeing, well, there are some things up this morning. We don't have a theme yet, as far as I can see anyway. K-Web, of course, was the theme over the last 2 days with China stocks. Really nothing happening with that one today. So take a look at some of the ones that are moving, and I shouldn't say as usual, but some of them, no real reason. I can't see any reason for this one as an example. GROM, G-R-O-M. It is, social enterprise, etc. I don't see any specific reason on it. Okay, but it is up big, 56%, huge volume, 8.9 million, 10 million in the float. One of those social enterprise stocks, but again, I don't see a specific reason today. HUIZ. HUIZ is a little earnings play out of China. Okay, big 30% jump, 1.4 million have traded already. Problem is, I'm looking at this and I just think it's going to struggle to get through this area, which is about 140, which is not that far away. So it's a matter of obviously just watching it, but I just have this feeling it's not going to move that much more. STNE. There's another earnings play, and the same kind of thing. It's coming into some what I consider some resistance around 13. It's a beautiful pop-up, 30%, but is that going to be it? It did release earnings. It did release earnings after hours. You can see the mauve area right there, and it's held that gap. So that's the encouraging part. But again, you got all this stuff right around 13. And yesterday's, my goodness, PIK. So it is up 20%. Again, it had a huge day yesterday. I know Zach shorted it. A lot of us did not have shorts for that one, so I couldn't do it. But anyway, it has popped up again, though, 21%. Huge volumes, already traded the float, double the float, 10 million, 5.5 million in the float. So expect another big day at a pick. Which side? I don't know. It's hard to believe it'll keep moving higher like yesterday, but you never know. Of course, they did the deal. Their press release yesterday had Disney in the press release, so that caused all the excitement for PIK yesterday. BBAI. Big Bear. It's an earnings play. Big gap down for it. Not very much volume yet. They released after hours yesterday, so you can see the reaction after hours, and it is kind of holding. It hasn't really popped up much. So this could be an interesting short play if it, let me just see what the next lows are looking. 591, so, 6. So we're at 679 now, so it's got some support around just underneath 6 or so, we'll have to see. And GameStop, GME actually had earnings after hours. And of course moved, I should say of course, but it moved down. Actually, when I first saw it, I had it up and running just to see what the reaction was. Initial reaction was a little bit of a pop-up, and then reality set in, and there we are, $79 GameStop, GME. Well, Mookie, and that's why I see that comment you're making about Subway, etc. I thought I read that when McDonald's pulled out of Russia, that they were continuing to pay their employees. I may be wrong, but I could have sworn I read something like that. ALLG. So this started trading as ALLG yesterday, the symbol. I don't consider this an IPO, but it's up 16%. And what did it get up to yesterday? This had a crazy day. It got up to 1340 or so. And in the pre-market, it got up to 1270. So super active still. 450,000 shares are traded. Yeah, I wasn't thinking about the food aspect. I was just thinking about paying their employees. I think people can. Anyway, SBFM, SBFM, SBFM. SBFM, don't see any specific news on it, just a little bio, 3.9 million in the float, a lot of volume already. Again, I don't see any specific news on it. It got up to 2 days ago, got up to 480. NYMX, see if it bounces here at all, because they did a financing, not a huge one, 3 million shares, and I think the financing price was 165. So this is way below the financing price. Basically, it looks like it's found some support down here, NYMX. And STLA, gap down for it. Netherlands, that's Netherlands, right? Yeah, Netherlands stock. No specific reason that I can see. Europe, it's a European stock, that's about it. So not too exciting so far this morning, for me anyway. Yeah, I saw PAGs, just a lot of, did see PAGs. I guess I looked at this level here thinking, well, okay, can it get through? It's a huge float, 200 million in the float, so I wasn't sure if it could really crack this. I guess if it could, it's got some room. And not very much volume yet. Yeah, isn't he supposed to meet somebody at China today, or had big talks with China today, warning them not to supply Russia with any military aid? Okay, Moderna. I don't know if you guys are following Moderna. Moderna's had a nice little pop this morning. mRNA. Okay, and LUB, yeah, the volume is now starting to pick up a little bit here. That's why I didn't see it earlier, but that's a big gap down, and whether they've done a financing. After the company announced it has declared a cash liquidating distribution of 50 cents a share. Ooh, that's not good. So that is LUB. So what, are they going out of business? Yeah, I saw this Joan also earlier. There was no volume. It's still really not that much volume. It's an earnings play, Joan. Okay, this one is actually moving down quite a bit here. This OR, Canadian stock, OR, seeing this trading lower after the company announced an agreement with 8 Capital and RBC to sell 18.6 million shares at $13.45 a share. Okay, so. Okay, so $13.45 a share, so they're trying to control it so it doesn't just crash the price. So $13.45, so it's at $13.35 right now. That is for the OR. All right, 9/11. Let me take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from our friendly analysts. This is from briefing.com. All right, not too many of each. A couple more to go on the upside. All right, there are some of the upgrades. And I'll get the downgrades. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com. I'm just going to take a look at True, TRU. This is a downgrade from Goldman, see if that's affecting it at all. Yeah, a little bit. All right, guys, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts from yesterday to see if anything interesting is happening. I still have this one thumbnailed, MULN. Little gap down, nothing huge. This one got up to 270 yesterday. IXHL. Yeah, this just popped in here. How much volume? Yeah, this just came in. Thank you for that one. Monsieur Guillaume from our YouTube room. IXL just showed up here. Don't know anything about this one, other than the fact it did the crazy. Oh, that's right. This one did the insanity of getting almost up to about 100 on two days in a row before it just collapsed. Anyway, it's at it again. IHXL. A lot of volume too, 370,000 so far. Where's this out of again? Oh, that's right, this is Australia. Yeah, no, you know what? I don't think we had any news on this one either. When it did get almost up to 100, I don't think there was any news we could really find. Just one of those ones in which, you know, for whatever reason, probably a Reddit crew or whatever got a hold of it. All right, one moment, please. And Ajay, yeah, True just showing up also. TROO also showing up. The troops. I don't think I've seen this one. This is a. Okay, so Hong Kong TROO probably coming into a lot of resistance right around here, around that 450 mark though. Morning, Real. Yeah, this is starting to get a little bit more volume now. ONON. Yeah, a little more volume. Saw this here, but the volume was like 10,000 or something, so I just didn't even think about it. But it is an earnings play. Yep. ONON. The next high looking left is 26.90. So if it can get through that, then the next high is 28.68. So it's got some room. Big float, 177 million in the float. All right, 918. Let's take a look at the sectors and see if anything. Don't know really what to anticipate today on even energy. All right, so this is what we're looking at here. So the market's going to have a gap down to start anyway. All right, so consequently, most of the sectors are down, including energy. Sometimes when the market's gapping down, you'll see the energy plays are up. So what you're seeing here, what these percentages refer to, again, this is XLE, the big energy ETF. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So as we speak, 90% of them are down from yesterday's close. That's what these percentages refer to. So if you're looking for a strong sector, you're not going to find one today. Not yet, anyway. There's no strong sector today. You look at technology, 93% of them are down. Communications, 95% of them are down. So we're in for a weak open, but as you know, when we look at this even 15 minutes after the market opens, this could be a different picture. All right, guys, sorry, I'm just, again, looking at some of my thumbnail charts, not seeing anything really grabbing my attention. This Grom, I mean, it's a huge, it's a big pop, lots and lots of volume. So it has traded the float almost 10.45 million, traded 10.1 million already. No specific reason for it that I can see. Social media platform for kids. So, William, you're our financial expert. When you look at LUB, L-U-B, and you see that they're saying the reason it's down so much, they're trading lower after the company announced it has declared a cash liquidating distribution of 50 cents per share. Can you shed a little more light on that? I mean, this has dropped 50 cents, so that's it? Yeah, quad witching, yeah. You know what? I've really never paid that much attention to it. Maybe it's because most of the things that we look at aren't really too affected by it. Okay, so social, that might make sense, Zach. Zach in our YouTube room, you know, pick kids, whatever it's called. Kid pick, sorry. Kid pick, and if Grom is a social media platform for kids, okay, maybe. I guess if we search for some reason, I guess that's as good as any. So this one is starting to gap up a little bit here. This AKAN, pretty good volume. We don't have any floating for. Oh, this one. Yeah. This is the one where we didn't have any information on it at all in our single stock window. We didn't have even a chart on it the first day. So progress. At least we have some information. Yeah, I don't see that headline regarding IXHL. I don't see it. You know, from Interactive Brokers. I mean, I'm sure it's somewhere, but I don't see it. Usually IB is pretty good in having these headlines, but I don't see that headline. But at least, okay, there is a reason. Well, I think yesterday you were talking about TCAT and PIC, but listen, I don't know. You know, we saw the news yesterday for PIC regarding Disney. A partnership with Disney for the release of Cheaper by the Dozen on Disney Plus. That's all I see. So I don't know what that's got to do with NFT. I have no idea. But this is all I see here. And that was yesterday, of course. Tiger's an earnings play. I did see Tiger. TIGR is an earnings play. Out of China, obviously. I think probably see, yesterday's low was 364. Fading already. This ore is interesting because the financing is at, or they sold, brings up $250 million, bought deal financing. I think it was, did I say 1350? 1345. So it's just a little bit below that that financing price. 1345. It's at 1322 right now, and that is the OR. Yeah, this IMPP just popped up again. You know, again, it's a pretty volatile one intraday. You can see exactly, excuse me, these were racing along with all the rest of the low float. This is not, it's not an energy play exactly, but it's deep sea freight transportation. But this was moving higher with all the other low float energy plays from about a week and a half ago, and just slid. Just can't get too excited about them right now. But that's a lot of volume, I got to tell you. That is a lot of volume that just came in. 4.7 million. So it's traded 8.4. The float is 12.4. So easily going to trade the float today. Thank you, William. Yes, 1 minute to the open. So, well, let's have a great end to this trading week. Excuse me, trading week, everybody. A little under the weather today, so I just gotta pace myself. So I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes, so I'm gonna probably sit this out for sure. Yeah. No, Frank. It's a problem, you know. I can't have a sniffle anymore. All right, we're going to open in 3, 2, 1. Bingo. There we go, guys. Now this one I was, oh man, look at this EXFI. I don't think there's very much volume. Yeah, had that one outlier way up here at 22. It was up $3, but it was only like 100 shares or something. And that's a EXFY. So I put a price alert on it just to see what might happen. Kizar yesterday was certainly active. Yeah, big. Didn't really see this in the pre-market. Again, the volume was too low. This is actually an earnings play. Yeah, so this is actually an earnings play. KZR is an earnings play. Released earnings after hours yesterday. No reaction. Zero reaction. Nothing this morning. Then all of a sudden the market opens and it pops. Give me a moment, please. Wow, pick guys, pick is now above yesterday's high. Pick is above yesterday's high. Now the next area is, let's see, 683. Looks like the next highs. 673 is the next high looking left, and then 673 a couple 673, then 705, then 830. So it still has a little bit of work to get through all that, but that's a big pop again for PIK. It's TNE. This is an earnings play. I just think it might be getting too close to this. Well, 13. I mean, 13 looks like it could block it, and that's for the STNE. It's an earnings play. Now, you know, I may not block it. There's EIGR, EIGR. This was one from yesterday, of course, EIGR. It's still below yesterday's high. In fact, let me get rid of, just give me a moment, please. So yesterday's high for EIGR was 838. All right, what's the market doing? So we got the Nas is down, Dow's down, the SPY is down to start off the day. We knew that. Wow, I mean, look at pick. I mean, wild though. I mean, you know, this was up here, 670, and then it dropped right back down to 6. Well, you can see right there. It got up to 650, it dropped right back down to 582, and now it's right back up. So, you know, in the first 15 minutes, this is what can happen. You can get whipped out of positions just like that. AMBC, let's take a look at AMBC. Is that an earnings play or something? Not an earnings play. AMBAC. Boy, I haven't seen AMBAC in a long time. Almost an all-time low. Only 5% above an all-time low. Well, I guess STNE, okay, we're getting right into this this area potentially where it could stall, STNE. You know, I thought maybe 13 might knock it. It got a little bit above 13, 13. All right, look at Queb, guys. KWEB on fire right now. Look at Queb, KWEB. So it looks like a lot of the China stocks are probably doing the same thing if you're following some of the China plays. And of course, Queb goes up, Yang goes down. All right, PAGS. Yes, PAGS. This is showing up on the 10-day daily breakout. Let's see. It's taking out that area I thought that might prove to be some resistance. So if it keeps through there, then you're looking up here around 1850. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm just saying there's the next area of potential resistance. All right, well, of course, here's a China EV, NIO, but most of the China stocks will probably look like this right now. And the SPY is putting in a recovery here. Well, STNE is still hanging in there. So, I mean, the next area, I mean, 1320 to 1350 looks like a lot of resistance, but it is an earnings play, so it may just blast right through that. Well, this one's got room, obviously. If you look at KZR, the next high looking left is 2160. That's on the monthly chart. So this one definitely has some room. If it keeps, boy, it'd be great if we just can keep in this area, base just a little bit, and then start moving. Spread is pretty tough right now, 1753, 1788. Yeah, we talked about it in as much as we know it's up. PIK, yeah, we know it's up. My top list, no, check to check. My top list windows are not down. Sometimes, every now and then, you'll see, they'll disappear, but that's only for seconds, usually. Every now and then, it hasn't happened to me for quite a while, but the top list windows are not down. Well, this AMBAC will definitely, well, in fact, I'm surprised it's not in the 10-day daily breakdown. Why wouldn't it be? Relative volume is certainly high enough. My minimum, this is going to show up in the 10-day daily breakdown for sure. My minimum volume is 500,000 shares, so that's why it's not in there yet, but it will show up almost for sure. Now, I just tried to get some actually before as in 5 seconds ago. I couldn't get a fill. It's down 18%, so they wouldn't fill me. Maybe it's a good thing. I just wanted to test that to see how easy it was going to be to get. How about your other windows check? Your alert windows. Obviously, check to see if you've got a green ball in our toolbar. Make sure you do have a connection. So, do you have a green ball? You for sure you are connected? Okay. Yeah, I don't know then. Maybe just try to do a reset, okay? Go to your account and do a reset connection. See if that helps. If not, then you might have to just reload trade ideas, because we're not getting any other word that we're having problems with our top lists. Well, guys, pick. Just be careful on it. I mean, it's a very low float, 5.5 million in the float. There's the onion, ONON 2704. Okay, 2704 was the alert for the 10-day daily breakout. Noodles, I did see NDLS. I think that's an earnings play, isn't it? Or it had a downgrade. Yeah, definitely had a downgrade. NDLS, yeah, getting close to the all-time low. All right, let's see if Pick can regain 7 and go from there. Okay, guys, China. Yes. The next high looking left, what did we get to yesterday? PDD as an example, 4107, so it's above yesterday's high. The high the previous day was 4297. So the China stocks are alive. Watching that pick, guys, for another break of 7. So the AMBC did show up. This is what I'm talking about right there at 960. Now, if you're wondering, well, why so late? Well, you know, I have filters in place that prevented me from seeing it earlier. Keeping an eye on that pick, guys. If it takes out 7, again, this could start to run. Okay, a little psychological barrier to get through. Got up to, what, 716? So I've got an alert set, I think, at 704. It does that, and it may have another big run in it, because when you look left, it's got the room. 705, okay, 705. And then the next high after that is 830, so definitely keep an eye on the PIK. Takes out 705. Yeah, I'm watching this AMBC. I actually am in some, nowhere near where you guys are probably, but you got the alert at 960, at 941. Remember, I did a previous test to see if I could get it quickly. They didn't fill me, so that uptick rule, but I did get some. Well, that's why we wait, guys. Look at the PIK. You know, you might have. I mean, you've got to wait on these sometimes. I'm just going to wait to see if it takes that 705. Not going to hop in thinking it will. All right, this OR is a gap down and go, guys. This is a gap down and go. This is not recovering. Their financing appears to be around 1345, so it's definitely being punished here. Wow, the STNE is a gap up and go though, and boy, getting right to that area. This is what I'm talking about. These the gap continuation or reversals in this particular window. I have a delay on this for 15 minutes. Why do I do that? Because sometimes you get these stocks that just whip up and down in the first 15. So I like to see things settle down just a little bit. Whoa, ABC, that's even got great early call by a real. And then again, it had to hit that 500,000 shares for it to show up here. That's the reason it was a little bit later here, but still at 960 to get down to 884, that's still pretty good. Yeah, I mean, look at these China stocks now. They are just exploding here. XPAV, well, Twitter is not a China stock, of course. Twitter had a great day yesterday. A great day yesterday. And it's a continuation, TWTR. A great day yesterday. You know, they won't leave it alone. What's wrong with these people? GME. Oh, man. So I had the earnings after hours, got all the way down to $74, $75. And now here's a $10 move off that low after hours. Yeah, they just won't leave it alone. Okay, guys, PIK briefly got to that 70. I'm going to put an alert right. I'm going to have to reset that alert. Well, you can go long KWEB or you can short Yang, W-A-N-G. Did you play the China stocks? Boy, that pick is still pretty frothy. All right, another China stock. This is I know you know this, Zach, showing up on your topping play, but it is a China stock. The high yesterday was what, 668? So some of these, I see XPAV and YMM showing up. Yeah, so everything on my breaking up in volume is China. Well, it'll be amazing. All day yesterday, I waited for it to break down below the 2-day low. It did not. Maybe it'll take out that 2-day high. I'm talking about KWEB. Some of you, of course, I think are following MULN. MULN, I find it very, as an intraday play, pretty challenging. You can see right there on the 15-minute chart yesterday, up, down, up, down. Wow, PAGS, couldn't get it. I just missed it. Try to get it right over that 17 mark. Again, this is showing up on the 10-day daily breakout. Okay. So NAS is up just a little. Dow is still down. SPY is down a little. Market has recovered though from the initial move downwards. All right, GLNG guys, could be interesting. It's over 20, and when you look left, what do we see? 2094 looks like the next high looking left on that monthly chart, 2094. So pipeline, transportation, natural gas, etc. We'll mention rent, another one in the 10-day daily breakout, 667, 672 now. Pretty active, guys, pretty active this morning. I was snoozing in the pre-market. Yeah, so there's the ON. I mean, look at that, 27.12, and then it gets all the way down to 25.46. I mean, this is what can happen in this first 15 minutes. So I usually shy away from taking anything unless it's on that 10-day daily breakdown. Okay, if you're into any of these China stocks right now, just, my advice is to take a look at KWEB, and have that side by side. There's a little pullback, a little bit of a pullback. And so a lot of the China stocks may look like that. I'm watching this GLNG to see if it takes out 20 again. Market is, market's putting in a nice green bar now. So this is actually, it's pretty challenging right now, the ON. It's actually turned into a gap up and reverse, but there's a big bottoming tail. So I find this is a difficult one to trade right now, the ON. Keep an eye on the GLNG. If it takes out 20 again, gets up to that high and maybe starts moving from there. Well, I know you're going to post it, but this is the news you're talking about. Release a statement on RMBS litigation. So that's Rambus, right? Take a look at Rambus, see what's happening with that one. RMBS, I think, anyway. Yeah, so Rambus is popping a bit, I guess. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. It doesn't look like it's the same. Maybe this is some kind of an acronym. Does not ensure heat securities and not a party to heat litigation. Well, so I don't really know if that is actually anything to do with this Rambus or MBS. I guess it could be media alert to present mitigating fault injection and attacks. All right, let's see if that ASAN can do its thing again like it did yesterday, Zach. You know, you had that short up here and it dropped a lot and it's just showing up in that in your scan again. 43.53, so it's still moving higher. Here's another one that is, wow, look at this TRQ. Ooh, what a gap this had. I don't know if that's a true gap or not. 21 up to 26. Was that an earnings play? No, it wasn't an earnings play. So I don't know what happened here. I don't know if that is a true gap or something else happened with TRQ. Yeah, this GME is just crazy. What I was amazed at, excuse me, is when I read what I think I read is that the analysts were thinking that they were actually going to make about 40 cents or 45 cents a share and they lost a dollar something. What I was amazed at that they thought they were going to make any money. But anyway, this won't die. It just won't die. It's incredible. All right, guys. I mean, just be aware of PIK. It's approaching that 7 again. You know, if it takes out again that high, I gotta refresh my memory here. I think that high was 705. Okay, 705 was the next high looking left, and after that 705 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. Just give me a moment, please. Keep an eye on it, guys. PIK. This could be it. This could be it. This could be it. There it goes. All right, guys, I've taken some out. You know, look, eight is the next high or so. What did I say? No, did I say 8? I think I said 8. Yeah, 830 is the next high. So I've taken some out of this pick. You know, I said watch it, watch it, watch it over that 709 area. I was able to get some, and I've taken some out already for the pick. PIK. Now it's come right back down. So you've got to trade this. I mean, with that float, remember, the float is the key thing here. 5.5 million in the float. Okay, so I'm all out of it. What I want to do now is put another alert up in this area, say 740, and see if it takes it out again. You got to be quick on these. Not for everybody, that's for sure. Look at the market, nice resurgence in the market. But meanwhile, China. BEKE now is above yesterday's high. Is that correct? 1363? Yes. So the next high looking left is 1530. Whew. Guys are talking about AMC moving with GME. Yeah, boy, one day I just wish this all disappear, but all right, pick, guys, again is, so it held at 7 level, barely. Boy, PDD now is above that high, I think, of 2 days ago. Is that right? 42.97? Yes, wow. So right now, any China stock, I know some of them are showing up on your scan, Zach. Pretty tough to commit to shorting a China stock right now. You know, all eyes on KWeb. You know, I mean, this is just surging here. All right, I don't have any more of the AMBC, but it is now moving down again. Let's see if it takes out that low. I don't have any more of the AMBC. Well, they will fade. I mean, nothing go up forever, but, you know, when? All right, guys, pick is getting into that zone again. So the SPY just went positive. NAS is up. Dow is just down a little bit. Wow, what a morning already. Little bounce for your bank there. I know you know this, but I'm just FITB. I see the alert came in around 45.34. A little bit of a bounce for it. All right, SCNE so far, the next high looking left is 1434, it looks like. 1367. So it's at that high. 1434 is the next high. Looking left for STNE, an earnings play. Super strong. All right, I still have to. Well, Tiger must be exploding. Earnings play plus with China now. Yeah. Oh boy, PIK. So it hit that area I was interested in. Did not trigger though. There's that blue line. Did not trigger. We're looking for a 735 to see if it got up there. Not yet anyway. Look at just touched, just probably got to 734 and stopped. Wow, look at this ASIN straight up. At some point, this is going to be look like a great short, but 49.73 is the next high looking left. And watching STNE if it holds 1350. Wow. You would not have, well, I mean, pre-market, this was not happening, of course, with K-Web. I mean, pre-market, it was just kind of snoozing here. The market opened, look out. Wow, look at the, oh my goodness. SARK. This is showing up on the bounce play, but I don't know. Boy, the market is just ripping here, guys. 440. Remember 420 was sort of the area to defend. Let's take a look at I want to take a look at the SPY on a weekly chart, see where exactly we are. Okay, there's the monthly. So yeah, so that's having a big week so far. Even Beyond Meat is having a bit of resurgence here. Excuse me. BYND. Boy, keep an eye on that PIK. I mean, it's been pretty erratic, but takes this 740 area out, and it could start to run again. Okay, looks like Stone held that 1350, STNE held the 1350, and it still has room when you look left. You guys heard me talk. I only said at the very end I was not going to talk about it anymore, but the BHIL. What am I doing here? What's happening? It's nothing unbelievable, but you know, I talked about this as a potential swing, BHIL. Definitely keep an eye on this PIK, guys. PIK. I mean, you know, you might have to have some conditional orders at maybe 750 or something, because it could, not in it anymore, but it could just have that big pop. But it is still pretty. It's still pretty volatile. And why? Because of that float. Trying to fade or fade. Okay, 3108 for Rambus. So this is the deal with, I guess this has to be tied to that AMBC. Let's see how big a fade. I guess the question is, how big a fade is this going to be? Okay, things have actually slowed down just a little bit for me here in terms of the alerts. Wow, what a fast 45 minutes. That certainly woke me up. Let's keep an eye on this one as a potential fade. The Beyond Meat BYND, and looking left, well, it's where we got it, 49.56. 49.56 is the next high looking left for Beyond Meat, BYND. And let's see if this fades. Of course, not China, but wow, after a brief pause, I was going to take this one. I did not take it. I just thought it was a little too, got down to 1339. I'm talking about the STNE, but it just exploded again, another new high. Oh, well, I can't believe it. I could have sworn there were some shorts available for me for Beyond Meat, BYND, but they must have dried up. No shorts available. Can't believe that. No shorts available at Interactive Brokers for me. So I'll just forget about that one. I mean, look at that. The top for KZR was 1860 and fell all the way down to 17. So much for the I don't think that was shortable for me. ALLG, the big pop, pre-market, way up to 1274. Reality sets in. All right, well, I'm going to have to forget about pick, obviously, for a while anyway. See if it later on it takes out that 740 area. Yeah, you're right. Finally, my scanner anyway, is starting to get a little more quiet. Joan is an earnings play. It's just showing up on the gap down and go. However, I'm looking here. I mean, there could be some support around 1161 or 1158 or so. So it's not. Doesn't have a ton of room. All right, guys. Wow. I say a little pause in the action. So first of all, welcome. If you're new to the room, this is the format Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I'm live on the mic. So as a little bit of a lull, I'll go into my spiel about trade ideas, etc. Okay, so I just popped my homepage link in. If you click on my homepage, the link is what you're going to see. So we still have our St. Patrick's Day promo code on, Patty20 for 20% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas. You'll see we have 4 plans. We have an annual, monthly, premium, standard. So the premium 19, let's call it 2,000. So 20% off that, that'll be $1,600. Standard would be $800, okay, with that 20% discount. The big difference is the AI. I'll go over that in a little bit. The QFIN was one, of course, taking advantage of China. All right, but I'll go over that in a little bit. You don't have to take on an annual subscription. If you don't know, if you're not 100% sure you want this program, start off with a monthly. 118, 228. You can apply that 20% discount to the first month only. If you do maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. But if within 30 days you decide, you know what, I love it and I want to go to an annual, we'll honor the 20% promo. Okay? So there's no mad rush to take on an annual because you want to make sure you get the 20% off. So you start off, and I would suggest just start off with the standard. Standard is great. So on my home page, where is that? Okay, on my home page, 3 free sections. So the trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at around noon, all times Eastern. And we have a big education section. You click here, we have a very comprehensive user guide. If I were new to trade ideas, I would take a look at the introductory lessons though. It goes over all the basic features very quickly. What is a top list, creating top lists, alert windows, etc. Daily support. So in our YouTube room, I moderate 2 rooms at the same time, but I do take a break at noon. And one of the other traders takes over between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. Today is Friday, so it should be Andy. And before I do take my break at noon, I will pop the link in so you can head over there if you want to. And also, Chris Varley at Trade Ideas is in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30 Monday to Friday. So I shut down the main room at 3:30, so he takes over. And the webinars, you can sign up for them all right here. And then back to basics. If you're new to trading, great little series. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Starts off with what is a stock. In the other main section on my home page, my scans. So I'm sharing all of my scans right here. Okay, so you have to be obviously have to be a subscriber, but all the scans that I'm sharing right here. So there was a lot of information on these two sections, in the education and my scan section. Save my link, then you can look at this anytime you want. Just a minute. Oh, I don't believe it. This Kodak is starting to run. KODK starting to run. All right, guys. Yeah, I'm looking at the KWeb. The KWeb is now putting in a big red candle. Look at Kodak here, crazy. A big float, not a huge float, 55 million. All right, so I indicated that if you want, you can have my scans. I'm sharing all my scans. And we also have a lot of scans here. If you click on New from our toolbar, click on New from the toolbar, and then click on the Dock Channel bar, okay? These are all scans that we've got. These are all themed-based channels. So if you click on the momentum channel as an example, it'll load. So now, at any point, if you want to see what the scans are looking for, including my scans, of course, all you have to do is right-click, configure. In 1 second, Vince, I will, okay? And click on Summary, and this will tell you what the scan is looking for. So if you're happy, satisfied with these filters, and if you're new, you may not, understand the filters exactly, but I think they're fairly intuitive. But for instance, though, you may want a different price range. This says 1 in 50, so you might say, you know what, I like the whole concept, but I'd rather have a different price range. So if you can't, you can do that. You can say change it 10 and 100 if you want. I'm just making up a couple of numbers, of course. Click on that summary. You see how it's changed. You can say OK. So what I'm really trying to demonstrate here is that we've got all these different scans in the different channels. You can extract a scan, save it to the cloud. You can save it as is, or you can make a change if you want. And then go through the different channels, extract the scans that you might think are interesting, save them to the cloud. And then once you've done that, then you can bring them back one at a time. Again, you've got to look at the user guide, how to save things to the cloud, how to bring things back from the cloud. And once you've done that, then you can create basically your own layout without having to build a scan from scratch, okay? I'm going to answer Vince's question. He was asking about the race cars and how to access them. So if you go to the guide, let me just put my homepage link in again. So again, if you click on my home page link, and you'll come to this page. Go to the education section. Click here, education section. Click on the user guide. Okay. Now we have lots of sections here in the user guide. One of the sections is stock racing. Click on this, and this will give us a great overview of what it's all about. Okay. A great overview. You click on that. It tells you all about it. It's got a couple of videos. So take the time, if you're interested in stock racing at all, take the time and take a look at this. Now, if you have questions later on, you can ask me. But, I always like to have people take a look at the guide first because, I could explain things, but you may forget. So you've got to, if you look at the guide, the guide is there, and it's a great guide. I'm more of an alert window guy, but I have some top lists, of course, but top lists have a different function, that's all. But I tend to concentrate more on the alerts, the real-time alerts. Now, some of you might be thinking, well, okay, that's great. You've got all these scans that you've created, but what if I want to create my own? No problem. So first of all, you don't have to learn any programming language, all right? If you right-click on an alert window and configure, and then search, these are all the alerts that we have. There's a new high, new low. I'm not going to go over them all, of course, but we have a ton of alerts, different types of alerts, and these are the filters that we have. Do not get hung up on how many we have. The reason why we have so many alerts and filters, thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles, so we feel that we've created enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. But do not get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all, okay? And, just as a brief overview of Trade Ideas, that's what we do. We are a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. We basically scan the U.S. stock market. Nothing else. We get questions about commodities and Forex, etc., but no, we're just U.S. stock market. Okay? Now the AI, if you need our premium service, this is what I would do. I would click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, this is the window that you'll see. Now you notice there are probably some other AI alerts today. What we're trying to get people concentrating on is sort of a curated list of the alerts. Just concentrate on the ones that are profitable. Never mind the other ones. And this is not going to, I know that some of you are into auto trading. I'm sorry, I can't help you. If you're into auto trading, you're on your own. Okay? My whole thing is that when I click on an alert, I always want to check the chart. I always want to check to see what the market is doing, and quickly in my mind sum up whether or not I want to take a trade. Okay? And so what we're doing here with the AI now is, the AI probably has other alerts, but just concentrate on the ones that are working, and you can trade around them all day long. And that's what I would do. I would just forget about everything else. Make it super simple. Whoa, I missed this one. This is another China stock. This came on my 10-day daily breakout. The alert was at 289, and now this is coming in. No, the next area is around 340. Another China stock. This is not pulling back like a lot of them. This is YI. So guys, listen, this is a software program, you've got to learn the program a little bit. This is not, some people find it a little difficult. You know, take the time, take a look at the 20 introductory lessons, number one. Take the time to get some of the basics down. Just one moment. Okay, I'm watching this GLNG as it gets over 20 again, guys. Holding 20. If it takes out this 2014, this could have another run. I think it has some room. Let me take a look left. Let's say at 20, what do we got here? Yeah, 2094 looks like the next high in the monthly chart. Well, you say that so much to learn. I mean, the whole idea though is you don't have, like, you look at the guide, you don't have to learn everything in the guide. Think of it like this. When you know, most of us probably have Microsoft Word, right? You look at that manual. If you looked at that manual and thought, oh my gosh, how am I going to possibly learn MS Word, right? It's pretty daunting. Thing is, most people just care about how to print, maybe change the font, you know, do a little edit, this and that. I mean, but the manual is huge. So you don't have to learn everything about trade ideas. You know, sure, there's a lot to it. There can be a lot to it. We have advanced users who, you know, want to get into custom formulas and all that. That's great. But, you know, for the most part, and I'm actually a very simple user of the program. I hardly use any of the alerts and filters. Just got a few of them that I use, and that's it. The other thing is that, you know, we feel we've got probably unparalleled support for a program like this. I mean, you've got this room like this from 8 to 3:30, Monday to Friday. You've got between 12 and 1, another trader takes over in our YouTube room. You can ask that, and there's, you know, different trading styles. Chris Farley is there, 3:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday in our YouTube room. So, I mean, we certainly don't think that, you know, okay, here's the program and now go away. I mean, that's not the, certainly not the attitude of this company at all. But trading is difficult, you know. I mean, there's one aspect to it. I mean, Trade Ideas is it's a scanning tool, okay? It's not going to, just because you create a scan doesn't mean every time you get an alert you just take the trade. You know, there is, and that's one of the reasons why we do have in my education section, we've got that video series by Michael Noss that starts off with what is a stock. You know, so I mean, trading is not easy. You've got to spend the time. And the other thing is, I'm going to get into right now, is this window that you see here called Brokerage Plus. Before you start trading, I'm going to plead with you to first practice trading. Okay? I'm going to put this link in here. Just give me a moment. All right, so I put a link in called Brokerage Plus, right? So there are two videos in that link. There is a short video that if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can actually trade from within Trade Ideas using this window that we call Brokerage Plus, okay? The second video is goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window. Now, but listen carefully. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. You know, we're a scanner. That's what we do. It doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use us. It just means you won't have this feature available. Okay? That's all it means. Now, the other huge reason for this is using it as a simulator. It uses our real-time data, so you don't even need a broker. You know, all you need is our standard service. And you see it where it says SIM. You just click on SIM. Let me, I'm going to do this first. I'm going to disconnect because you'll see it'll look like this, not connected. You just click on SIM for simulation, paper trading. Then it's going to say select account. Click on that. And then just click on simulated trading default. Now you can practice trading, all right? Again, uses our real-time data. It doesn't matter if you have a broker, it doesn't matter who your broker is. But a lot of you are still unsure of who you want as a broker, so that's okay. You want to practice though, so you can do this. You just need our standard service. Simple to use, you just click on an alert and you'll see the symbol will show up. You pick how many shares you want, price you want. If you're going long, you buy. If you're shorting, you sell. Okay, so I cannot emphasize more or enough. Practice trading first before you commit money to the market. It'll never happen, Aja. Never, ever happen. You know, you should, every morning, you know, we're talking about auto trading. Yeah, well, first of all, every morning, yeah, if you want to auto trade, you better select the strategies you want to auto trade. You know, so you have to know that you're going to auto trade just to make sure. But that'll never happen, Aja, never. Okay, guys. The other thing I just wanted to mention too is that when you get into trading, you should have some kind of a checklist, okay? Actually, you should be looking for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. I know that sounds a little crazy, but you should be selective, all right? So I can't tell you what your reasons are going to be. I know what my reasons are. Most of my reasons are already covered in my scans. In other words, I never have to worry about, well, is this in the price range I want? Does this have the minimum volume that I need? Does this have the minimum relative volume that I need? You know, all sorts of, so those things are already covered in my scans. My next step, of course, is then clicking on the alert, and then I'll size up what I see, and that'll make my determination whether or not I take the trade. Okay, I can't tell you what yours is going to be, but that's why you've got to practice. And here's the reality also, is that you cannot make money in a simulator. Forget about trying to trade money, okay, your real account. Yeah, if you left click, so AJ, if you left click on a chart, okay, left click on a chart, and then keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard, and then with your scroll wheel on your mouse, just scroll in and out. Okay, so control key pressed down. Keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard. First of all, left click on the chart so the Trade Ideas knows the chart you want it to be in. So that's all left clicking does. And then again, control key pressed down on your keyboard, keep it pressed down, and then scroll in and out with your mouse, with your scroll wheel on your mouse. Okay? Well, it's an awesome fade for these China stocks now from the KWAB and Zach nailed it around that 10-10 mark. Let me just see something here though. Yeah, Pavlin, you know what? That's too strong, okay? I mean, it's just too strong. You know, Shady's got an opinion, okay? And that's your opinion, that's fine, but, you know, it's a little too strong. Yeah, so I wanted to make sure. So if you typed in inner user guide, you want to zoom in on a chart and all, all you had to do is type in zoom in our user guide. Again, this is fully searchable. So if I typed in zoom, and it explains right here as an example, okay? So if you're ever wondering, I mean, our user guide is really comprehensive. Yeah, it doesn't look good for pick now, PIK. Oops, not IK, but PIK. No, I'm sure real doesn't, but just to emphatically state to somebody, you should never do this. You should never, shady has obviously been around. Okay, so well, and that was your opinion, no. That was your opinion. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Don't do this. That is not. That was your opinion. I'm actually eyeing this box as a potential short, guys. BOX as a potential short. Popped up here to 28.18. It took out the 28 underneath. It's got some room down to 27.50 on the 15-minute chart. Yeah, so this CUEN came up in my 10-day daily breakout at the 204 mark. Low float, 6 million in the float, so it's traded the float already. What does there, seeing if there's any specific news. Had a big day yesterday also. CUEN, I do remember seeing this. Cuentas. All right, guys, I'm definitely a lull in the action. All right, okay, Pavlin, okay, we get it, we get it. Actually, that SARK was a tremendous bounce play for you. 47, about a dollar. But you had to wait though. Okay, Pavlin, that's it. Okay, no more. That's it. Move on. Well, look at the MULN. I just think and I'll put a stop on this one too. For auto trading, I mean, you should know that you're going to auto trade something. So the fact that you have to every morning say, you know what, I want to auto trade this and turn it on, I don't think that's a big deal. Okay? You're talking about putting a strategy on and then taking off for a week on vacation and letting it run. I can't imagine anybody would do that. I mean, that to me would be the only reason why you'd want to have your auto trading strategies automatically on every day. And I think that'd be crazy in my opinion. But anyway, it's just not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, by the way. Yeah, KWeb looks like it is putting a little bit of a base here now, guys. So some of the China stocks should be, I mean, there was a big bottoming tail here. So the sellers knocked it down. And then, again, I'm just using this as kind of a proxy for individual China stocks. So if it takes out this high right there, which it tried to, that could get them running again. All right, Ranga, so there's one of two, well, first of all, the first thing to do is check between, in our toolbar, check between Brokerage Plus and Idea Surfing. There's a sound icon, okay? It may be that if you see a slash through it, that means you've turned all your sounds off. That's the first step, okay? So check to see if there's a slash through the sound icon, number one, okay? That's number one. Okay. Do you know how to give me a cloud link? No. Okay, so take your alert window. Are you in, do you know if, are they free floating or are they docked? In other words, when I say free floating, is it like this floating around, or is it in a docked? You should know how to, this is one thing, you should really know how to do this, because every now and then, I mean, people have a problem with something and we ask for their link. And it's the only way we can check. Saving, making sure, of course, your sound icon on your computer is on. I mean, make sure that. I mean, I have to assume it is on. You're getting sounds from other programs. So I'm trying to help you here. If this window is just, all you have to do is right click and then save or share to cloud. Okay. And then say save. Just say save. And then once you've done that, then you just paste it into the room with control V. Oh, okay. And then I can take a look at it to see why you're not getting a sound alert. Okay, I'm just going to delete it. You see, Pavlin, the reason why I know this is off topic, I get it, but I have to keep looking. Okay, I'm in stocks only. I see a post and off topic. I have to check it to make sure it's not somebody asking me a question. Okay, so I'm just going to just stop it. Okay, we get your point. Yeah, I understand. But you're just you're doing the same thing though. It's the same topic. Move off the topic, okay? Please. I would do the same with anybody, okay? It's not you. I just do you not understand that this is what I have to do all day long? Okay? Every time I see a new I'm in stocks only virtually the whole time. Every time I see a post in here, I got to click on it and see what it is. And if it's the same thing over and over again, yeah, but it's the same thought over and over again. So yeah, just forget about it. Okay, please. Here's K-Web, guys. So it took out that high. Well, I keep waiting to see if Box will take out that 90 with any. With a move down. It doesn't look like it is, but it's just sort of hanging in here. I still have. I mean, it's strong. Obviously, it is strong. It's not an earnings play. I'm trying to see is there any specific reason for it other than. I mean, it's had a great 3 days. All right, pick is, again, guys, I hate hammering this one home, but I mean, PIK is still alive. If it really, with some volume, takes out that 740 level, it could get rolling again. So here's a great use of our price alerts, all right? So I've got a price alert set for PIK at around 740. I set the price alert, so I don't have to stare at it. And if I get the alert, what's going to happen? So here's my price alerts window, okay? Here is my price alerts window. You see the alerts I've got for PIK. And actually there'll be one down here, right here. So if you're not using our price alerts window, you should be. I mean, can't emphasize that more either. And to access it, just click on New from our toolbar and click on the price alerts window. If you've never used it before, of course, this will be blank. And then what I would do is easy to set a price alert. So for instance, all I have to do is go to the chart and I can set a price alert. I can eyeball it just on the chart if I want to set a price alert for 750. I can do that. Of course, I can make the change right there. I don't normally put any notes in, and then I save it. So that price alert is now done. And you can see it's at the bottom here, right there. Okay. Now, if it triggers, if I have my window minimized and I sort on the triggered time column, so I'll see the last price alert right at the top. So if anything triggers, all I have to do is I minimize, and when I get a price alert, my price alerts window will pop up on my screen. So I will not miss it. So that means you don't have to keep staring, at a chart to, wait to see if something's going to happen. Yeah, crazy low floater for hour. I don't know anything about them. Mail order houses, okay. And looking left, the next high looking left is 517, so that is taken out. And then 564 a couple of times probably. 564, 570. So this does have a little bit of room, But again, if you're going to take something like this, don't wander away from your computer, all right? 1.7 million in the float. As quickly as it can go up, it can drop even more quickly. So you cannot just take a trade like this and then say, okay, I'm in. We'll make myself a toast, coffee, come back. All right, box. It did take out 290 or 2790. Let's see now. Now, it could be an interesting one, guys. SQSP is a gap down and go, okay? So it is below the whole number. However, let's take a look left on that daily chart. And what's the next low looking left? Actually, that's got some room, guys. This SQSP's got some room. Looks like there's decent support right around 25, but it's at 26 right now. So if this really gives up 26 again, I mean, this has a potential for, to move down to that 25 level. And this is, again, is one of the scans I'm sharing, gap down and go. This is what we call a multi-strategy window. In this multi-strategy window, there are 4 alerts, okay, 4 alert scans. There's a gap up and go, which means the stock, when we get the alert, the stock gapped up and then it moved higher. Doesn't mean it's going to keep going higher all day, obviously, but when we get the alert, that's what's happening. Gap down and reverse meant the stock gap down, and now it's starting to reverse. Gap up and reverse, just the reverse of that. It gapped up, and now it's reversing. And then the gap down and go meant it gapped down, and then when we got the alert, it was moving down further. Again, none of these means it's going to, obviously, for even for 5 minutes, going to continue in the same direction. But at least you get the alert, and then you can start watching it. You can start to see, okay. First of all, did it have support nearby? What's the market doing? What is it? What sector is it in? You can kind of size these things up. And the more experience you have with trading, you can do this fairly quickly. Yeah, look at noodles. I mean, when you mentioned this one, this would look like an awesome potential short, but then it just dropped and it went right back up. NDLS. Okay, so Rohan, all you have to do is go to, and welcome by the way, all you have to do is go to my home page. Okay, there's the link. Okay, go to the scan section. You'll see there are 4 sections. Go to the scan section, and then you'll see it. It's called Zach's Bouncers and Toppers. Okay. All right. Why is this moving? KODK. Used to be a big meme stock, of course. Now, okay, if I'm going to really analyze this, let's see where it could go to. KODK. The next high is 594, right? 594? Yeah, it looks like the next high is 594 in the weekly chart. Not saying it's going to get there, but if you're in this one already, you know, that would be an, I'm not in it, but if you're in this one already, that would be an area, or actually 545. 545 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart, so you may have some a pause there. Zach, did you have shorts for ALLG? That was the that would have been an awesome short. Yeah, that was on the 15th, right? They had earnings on the 15th, but no, ALLG. ALLG. This started trading as ALLG yesterday. Just answering your statement, Larry, in our YouTube room. All right, Grom is just made a new high here, guys. Grom made a new high. However, you look at this on the daily chart, 169 is a high, 167 is a high, 165 is a high. So, I mean, it may struggle to get through this. Now, it's a low float, 10.5 million in the float. It's traded the float almost 5 times. So, I mean, it's still lots of enthusiasm about this stock right now. Some were saying maybe it's piggybacking a little bit on PIK. This is I'm not familiar with this one at all, but a social media platform for kids. So with PIK, I mean it's called Kid Pick. I don't know if that's correct, but I don't see any other reason for Grom moving other than it is. Now, if it gets through all this, and the next high is 193. So it has a little bit of room to the 2 level if it can get through that 167 area. Well, speaking of ALLG, Zach, it just came in your scan as a buy. This has just been absolutely, it's been cut in half from the, not quite, from the pre-market highs. What's the low of yesterday or today? 743 is the low today, I guess, right there. Bit of a spread issue, 735, 750, 735, 758. But, yeah, you know what? Adventuresome. You just put I guess you put your stop at 731. If it holds, pops from there. Well, it actually, that was a nice, so far, a nice pop from that 757. That's the ALLG, but you just be careful. This is what we're talking about, guys. There's the ALLG 757. And if you just put a stop at the low, well, nothing's stopping Kodak right now, KODK, for a while anyway. This is shortable for me. Lots of shares, 1.6 million at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, guys, just have your price alert wherever you think you want to see this alerted, and this is PIK. I mean, it is, holding 7 pretty well. What you want to see is the volume increasing, though, right? You see the dwindling volume here? So you want to see the volume increasing. Still incredible volume, 73 million. This is going to, my guess, what time is it right now? 11 o'clock? The volume yesterday was what, 124 million. There'll probably be more today. We're at 11 o'clock and it's at 73 million. Market still has another almost 5 hours. So it's almost, it's not that far behind yesterday's volume. Well, it's a great bounce, guys. Great bounce for ALLG. If you, if you sized correctly with the stop at the low, it's a great bounce. 757, 810 now. And one of the reasons, of course, to take a look at this one is what it did in the pre-market. I mean, that's all traders are looking at. I mean, I'm not saying this is going to get up to 1275, but they're just looking at this and going, "Wow, can it, get even, 10% of the way?" I mean, really, it's all traders are looking at. Well, congratulations, anybody who took that KODK. Where's the first alert for it? At 519 on the 10-day daily breakout. 519 was the first alert. So what you're seeing here, that DR stands for don't repeat. So I love to have my windows side by side. This is the repeating version of it. So every time KODK makes a new high, I see the real-time alert. But what I like to do is go back in time and say, okay, great, but where was the first alert and what time was it? And you can kind of go back and see, okay, how well did it do from that first alert? So that's why I put the don't repeat. Don't repeat is just an option. If you right click on an alert window and then go to properties, and then you'll see a box will pop up, and one of the boxes is the don't repeat box. So you can check that, and we have different time frames, so you can don't repeat for, like, some people don't want to, maybe they want to see it, but not, every time it makes a new high. So you have your options. So 1 minute, 5, 15, 30, an hour, and I like to have it on the day. I just want to see that very first alert and see what it did from there. Yeah, why we wait. I can't emphasize enough to be selective. Don't say to yourself, "Wow, you know what? This is going to take this out, and I know it's going to run." It might. I mean, PIK may run later, but why not just wait? And get to a price that looks like it's breaking out with volume, always with volume. You don't want to get into something that breaks out and then it just, on no volume, because it could come right back down on you. I had to update a driver. Oh, interesting. Okay. That was definitely. So, yeah, sometimes, I don't know how, sometimes my Microsoft updates used to always mess up my sound alerts and all. Just in general. And haven't had that for a couple of years. All right, guys, what time is it? 11:16. So, in about 45 minutes, I'll be taking my break. I'm just looking at my option scanner. I see Kodak showed up about the same time as it showed up on my 10-day daily breakout at 507. What did DX do? Nothing really. Grom 153, MULN. Okay, this ALLG, the longer it holds, this 8 level. That was almost $1 move from your scan, Zach. Almost $1. Yeah, Tiger had the double here with an earnings play. I just think it looks like it's going to stall around 5. That's why I didn't get too interested in it. But it's an earnings play plus the China market, of course, was definitely having a resurgence again today. This pick is. I mean, I do see it because I do have a thumbnail, so I glance at my thumbnail charts also. I do have it thumbnailed, so I do see what's going on. When I'm not getting too many new alerts, that's what I'll do. I'll take a look at my thumbnail charts. So again, it hit that alert that I had, but it came right back down. Look at the volume. I mean, there's what you'd want to see is I want to see a big volume bar on at least the 5 minute. Okay, I want to see something that maybe looks like that. Okay, it's not the absolute volume that I'm looking for. It's in relation to the previous volume bars. I don't see it. So again, you get the alert. So the first thing I do, okay, great, did it move up in volume? And I look and I say no. Again, imagine if we got, let me just bring up a big chart. I mean, and this pertains, I'm obviously just looking at this one, PIK, but this pertains to many, many of the price alerts that you'll set. So let me change that to a 5-minute chart. So what I want to see is something like this. I want to see something that really looks like there's enthusiasm again. Okay? I mean, it wasn't bad, but it wasn't anything to write home about compared to the previous ones over the last hour or so. Okay? You want to see something that really shows their enthusiasm again. Otherwise, you just get nailed. Look, false breakout, right back down. And this is not easy. I mean, this is, normally I wouldn't even be looking at this because this is so choppy. Topping tails, bottoming tails, really tough in direction right now. But, because of the float, because of the news, because of what potentially could happen, I'm willing, to kind of, to sort of keep my eye on it. But otherwise, if there, I would not normally be paying attention to a stock like this that has all these topping tails and bottoming tails. And again, if you're wondering what I'm talking about, bottoming tails and topping tails. So remember now, this at one point this was a green candle all the way up here. The buyers were getting all involved, and then the sellers just knocked it down. So that's a big topping tail. So you start to see, look at here. You had 1, 2, 3 in a row. Eventually, the buyers give up. One side gives up. Buyers had it up here. Sellers knocked it down to there. Buyers had it up here. Sellers knocked it down to there. Buyers had it up here. Sellers knocked it down to there. Buyers tried again one last time, and then they said, you know what? You guys can have it for a while anyway. And that's always, it's sort of the battle between buyers and sellers all day long. That's why these topping tails and the bottoming tails can give you good clues about, the potential direction. The bottoming tails is just the reverse. Sellers had it down here. Buyers brought it up. Sellers had it down here. Buyers brought it up. But right now, this is so choppy. But that's just a generally what I'm looking at. The bottoming tails, topping tails, volume. Is there volume coming in on that alert? Actually, this is shortable. Oh, actually, there are a lot more shorts now available at Interactive Brokers for the MULN. Well, Kodak making another new high. Now, this is shortable for me, so I am really eyeballing a potential short pretty soon. I mean, this next high is at 594. So it's above that high in the weekly chart, 545. The next high is 590. What did I say? 594. Well, again, I'm just eyeballing a potential short in this KODK. I refuse to believe it's going to take out 6. You know, higher it goes, the more it can fall. Yeah, I refuse to believe it's going to take out 6, Jay. Hey, I may be completely wrong, but yeah, that PIK, you're right, Pavlin. I mean, the PIK, I mean, there's all sorts of action right around that 650 mark. This is not shortable for me, so I mean, it's not a matter of saying, wow, it takes out 650, I'm short. Unfortunately, I'd love to, because that looks like, you know, the area of support. That it's just kind of bouncing between 650 and 710, which is a big, you know, it's a big range for a $6 stock. Well, CUEN is just making another new high, guys. I'm gonna have to back this. So on the weekly chart, 228. So it's right at that high, 228 of that week, and then the week before that was 257. This is shortable for me. I mean, again, I cannot believe it'll take out 268, 270. Look at all that action on the weekly chart, and it is shortable for me. So closer it gets to that, if it does. RDBX. All right, red box. 227. So the next high looking left was 227. It got to 230. Looks like there's still a lot of resistance right in that area. I mean, look at all the action at there's 223, 224, 229, 235, 235. Lots of resistance. Obviously, if it can take out, well, I mean, you're giving up a lot, but takes out 270 at some point. It's got a big gap to fill. You want to talk about uncertainty? Let's talk uncertainty. Look at PIK right now. Look at this. That's a classic doji on the 15. I mean, you can't even see the bottoming tail, topping tail. You can't even see the body. Is that right? I mean, I'm going to have to expand this. Yeah, look at that. You can't even see the body of that. Yeah, I'm not guessing. I mean, I'm trying to guess where this KODK is going to stop, but I just cannot believe it'll take out 6 without a real struggle. Look at this, guys. I mean, look. This is amazing. I mean, not amazing, but there's a topping tail on the 15-minute chart, the previous 15 minutes, okay, for PIK. There's a topping tail. There's the bottoming tail, almost the same length, all right? And then there's a narrow little body. You know, just look up Doji, D-O-J-I. That's a classic. You know, complete uncertainty. All right, listen, I got to put an alert up here around, that's just underneath 589. I want to see if it takes that out. What I didn't check today was the price of oil. All right, so what do we got here? So, yeah, 106. So basically where it was yesterday, 106 for Brent, 103 for West Texas. So it's about the same. So you can see right there, it's only 7 cents up, 60 cents on one, 7 on the other. So oil has, in theory, stabilized a little bit. Give me a moment, please. I think my TV came on. Just a minute. All right, red box, RDBX. Hey, who knows? What's 8.8 million in the float? Maybe this is for next week, though. Okay, just set an alert. See if it takes out that high. Maybe next week, 270. If it does, I mean, look at the room it's got. Look left. I wanted to get it up here, Kodak. It's too slow. So you guys are all wanting to short DIDI, coming into, again, look, I mean, just look left on this daily chart. Look at all the obstacles in the way potentially. Well, yeah, something has definitely lit a fire under Redbox. This is not shortable for me, unfortunately. So, I mean, listen, maybe it takes out that area right now, today. Just trying to see if there's any news today on it. I don't see any news today on Redbox or DBX. Yeah, it's a good thing I didn't get that Kodak short. It's getting closer to that 6, though. Man, I just... All right, Diddy is interesting now. The interesting thing too is that KWeb is moving higher still, and Diddy being a China stock, they don't all have to follow KWeb exactly, of course. Yeah, Todd, I mean, it might hit that 200 day. I mean, 639 is the 200-day moving average. It might. I just, and the volume is picking up. I mean, the volume is increasing. There's the biggest volume bar of the day on the 15-minute chart. So there's still enthusiasm for taking this thing. Okay, so I do see the news. I see what you were talking about, Zach. So I do see the news now for Kodak. That was yesterday. That was yesterday during market hours. I wanted to make sure it was during market hours. So this is traders circulate. I love these headlines. Traders circulate. IMAX has started development of a new fleet of IMAX cameras in cooperation with Kodak. Okay, so it had some news yesterday. Okay. Yeah, good for you, Todd. You took options yesterday on it. Okay. Red bar ignored even on the 15-minute chart right there. But that was on the 15th, right? That was on the 15th. So I don't think, I mean, look, the reaction to earnings was, no, not good. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Well, listen, I'm not stepping in front of this thing. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to short it, but this is still so strong. The volume. I mean, it's all about volume. Look at the volume. That's about a fifth of the volume right here on that candle. All right, guys, at 11:40, I just want to confirm that it will be Andy in our YouTube room when I do take my break. So here's also the deal on this. I mean, even if you shorted it right here, looks like there's fairly good support around 570. It's not that far away. And that's for the Kodak, Kodk. All right, it is Andy. Yes, it is Andy in our YouTube room at noon when I take my break. I haven't seen David. I have not seen IC for a long time. Very choppy though. I mean, look at the 2 minute chart. Pretty choppy. I mean, depends what you're looking at. I mean, obviously not as a swing. There's a ton of resistance. So, well, you're right. I mean, who knows? Maybe this hits the 200-day moving average, 639. I mean, there's your next level, really. I mean, it's the volume. Look at the volume, guys. Look. I know I keep talking about this, but look at this volume bar on the 15-minute chart compared to the rest of them. Keep an eye on this ALLG, guys. The longer this holds this 8 level, that's all traders are looking at. They're looking at yesterday's high, looking at today's pre-market high. It's basing around 8. It's a challenge. 874 on the 5 minute chart. Looks like there's a pretty good resistance right there. But, this is interesting. 871, you just look at that 5 minute chart. There is your resistance, but you're talking about a stock that is, you could get it around 815 right now. So just an idea. That's why we call it trade ideas. Now, there's a good short for the RDBX, as I said, though. I had no shorts available. Definitely going to be interested in Zach Scan in the afternoon. That's typically when I can pay a lot more attention to it. Okay, guys, there goes ALLG a little bit. Meanwhile, XPAV just made a new high. XPAV, looking left, what do we see? 29.19 is the next high looking left, or is it over here? No, 29.19 is the next high looking left for XPAV. KWeb is moving a little bit higher. Man, oh man, CUEN continues. Now, this is interesting. Is this shortable? Yes, it is. For me, anyway. Getting close to that 200-day moving average. 241 is the 200-day moving average for CUEN. All right, moment of truth right now for me on the Kodak. Problem is, I'm going to be taking my break, so again, I look at this level right there, 570. That could easily hold it up. All right, guys, I'm again just looking at some of my thumbnail charts. Nothing really happening. Be probably a good time to take my break. Well, I mean, the market now, you just look at the market too. I mean, the market is just kind of flattening out, nothing really happening. Okay, guys, I'm going to put my the YouTube link in. So I'll be taking my break in about 8 or 9 minutes. Andy will be there in our YouTube room. And I put the link in, so when I do take my break, you can head over there if you want to. He'll be there between 12 and 1. Hmm. All right, Kodak inching its way down now. Yeah, just what Real is saying, put your price alerts, okay? If you have availability of shorts, put a price alert down. I don't, so I'm not going to. But you just put a price alert, say at the bottom here, 670 or so, 668, 670. Put a price alert a little over 7. Now I've got it, fairly high because I want to see it take out some of these highs up here and just wait for it to happen. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. If it sits here, I doubt if it's going to just sit here around that 7 mark for the rest of the day. I mean, this one intrigues me. This ALLG. You know, it's very, you know, it only started trading as ALLG yesterday. It's not really an IPO. You just switch symbols. Let me see if I can actually see what the news is. Yeah, so it's a business combination. Oh, so this was a SPAC. Excuse me. This was a SPAC. Excuse me. Okay. So this became, so it was that Spartan acquisition, and so it became ALLG yesterday. I didn't realize it was actually a SPAC. But you can see right there, look at the position in lifetime range, 6%. And you look at this and go, well, how can that possibly be? And that's because when it was trading before it became ALLG, it was obviously way higher as whatever the SPAC was. All right, too late for me, but look at this one, guys. TWKS, this is from Zach's bounce scan. 20, the alert came at 2040, and but I'm taking my break. When you look left, the next low looking left. So I mean, it does have some room if it wants to keep moving down. 1888, I think. No, yes, 1888. No, I'm not saying you have to wait all the way down here, but and you can just see, I mean, look at the difference in the enthusiasm, say for a pick that is just completely dried up, all right? And then you look at the Kodak. Imagine if all of a sudden in pick you had a big, you know, I keep stressing this, but a big volume bar that looked something like that. You know, and look at the Kodak. You know, look at that volume bar right there. I mean, it's still pretty good. I mean, the volume is, what time is it right now? 11:56. So this has another a little over 3 minutes to close. So I mean, the volume is still, you know, pretty steady. It's not as big as this, but you know, that volume bar will be, excuse me, the second biggest of the day. Tuya is a China name. Not who. An alert. Another one coming is like a little bit like the Didi, coming into a lot of resistance around 4. You would think, okay. And XPAV continues to make another little high here. The only issue is it is a China stock. China is still, well, some of the China names. I'm looking at FUTU, XPAV. There's a little bit of divergence now. Some of the China names from KWeb. FUTU continues to make new highs. Yeah, again, you know, looking at this daily chart, I mean, it's still far enough away. That looks like around $43, $42, $42.50 or so. 42.50 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 or so. You know what, guys? RDBX may take that high out. I didn't think it would do it today, but 271, it is not that far away from taking out that high, looking left. And look, I mean, if it does, look at the void, 520. Now, I'm not saying if it takes it out, you just hop into the trade, but that'd be an important area for it to get to take out.
Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Oh, shoot. All right, you guys let me know when you can see my screen. Always having a trouble with our OBS here, but I think Barry says it's okay. So let me know, guys. All right, thank you. Thank you. All right, looks like everything's okay. Okay, good. Yes. Yes. All right, welcome then. Welcome to the support webinar for the Friday edition. My name's Andy. I was on vacation last week, and Chris I know Chris did it for me last week, but I know it's been a couple of weeks. It may have been 3 weeks, but glad to be back in here for Quadruple Witching Friday. All right, this is the place, guys. If you do have any questions that about the software, be sure to fire away. This is why we invented this support session. So be sure to ask any questions that you might have, a configuration or something like that. And boy, you can't stop these China stocks. All right, let's take a look. It is quadruple witching. Let's take a look at the major averages real quick while we wait for any questions. SPYs kind of broke their downtrend yesterday, not by a whole lot, but if you came in here and you drew a trend line in the SPYs, you're going to see that they did get above that little trend. We'll see. Some people may argue this may be a bull trap, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Other than that, let's see. Chris is over here telling me he just. Okay, he took it and sold it, I believe. All right. So other than that, IWM trying to do the same thing, and the IWM probably needs a little more work here. Take a look at the trend on the IWM. Actually need to back up a little bit. Yeah, so trying to get through there. Little wick above this morning. We'll see. That's I think that's a key level right here for the IWM, especially if it gets above that 207 range. May want to come back up here and test this breakdown from the 210. Okay, Dan, go ahead if you have some questions about the simulated trading. You know what? It kind of gets in depth. So what I'm going to do first is we have Stephanie put together an incredible user guide for us, and let me go through this real quick. Or not go through it, but share it with you. If I can find it, there it is. All right, this is the user guide, and I will copy this and drop it into the chat window here. And honestly, I'm not trying to shirk any of my duties, but it's kind of, you need to follow closely, and that's something that and let's just go to Trading Simulator here, and it just basically takes you from start to finish and how to do everything. It's very simple. That's if you want to connect to Interactive Brokers. Okay, let me see how to, and we do have a let me go simulated trading. Let me ask you this, Dan, are you trying to trade, just trade point and click? Are you trying to or trade some auto trades or some strategies or something like that? It's pretty in depth you can get with that simulated trading. But what I would do would just be come in here and go to, I'll go ahead and highlight this and send it to you. Because it's going to tell you how to do pretty much everything in simulated trading in Brokerage Plus here. And you'll just go down the margin here on the left side. We have all our content in there. So let me just highlight this, Brokerage Plus, and I'm going to drop this in there. And like I said, it's in depth. For me to try to, it would take the whole hour for me to go step by step. How to. It's not that complicated once you get it down. You just got to take some time at first to set it up, depending on how much you want to do. Me, I'm more of a kind of a manual trader, and I played around obviously with the strategies and things like that, but I'm more of a just kind of a point and click kind of guy, or I don't use any automation or any strategies in my style. Anyway, that'll walk it through you, Dan. Okay, let me see if I have a question here. I've been reading that, but doesn't answer a few basic questions. When I edit long-term trading instructions, if I put fixed dollars, how do I know how much is spent? Well, if you put fixed dollars, it's going to spend that total amount. Okay, so what it does, it goes out and buys the amount of shares, okay, that equals $10,000 without going above. So sometimes it might be 9,982, you know. But if you put fixed dollars in there, let me go to strategies here. Strategies. All right, so let's say you're setting up a strategy, okay? You want to go to, if you haven't created one, you would go to just strategy, but you want to edit your strategy setup, and you're talking about order details, fixed dollars. Yeah, if you put fixed dollars in here, it's going to spend that much. It's going to go out and buy the number of shares that you want, up to $10,000. Now, what a lot of us like doing is based on stop loss. That's a good one. So what you can do is here, whatever your stop loss is, if you come in here and you say, I want to risk $1,000, I do not want to risk any more than $1,000. If it goes down to my stop, that's what I want to lose. Okay, so what it'll do is go out and buy the number of shares based on your stop loss. Hey, Mike, how are you doing, buddy? Based upon your stop loss, it'll go out and buy that number of shares. Okay, if it does go to your stop, you're going to lose $1,000. Okay, so, but let's see, your question is, next one, or if I put a, based on how much is it spending, as I have not told it anything. Yes, you have told it something, Dan. You told it, what you're telling it here is I want to buy the number of shares that if it goes down to my stop, let's say you're using a 3% stop. Let's say you're swing trading and you're using a 3% stop, okay? What it's going to do, okay, if the stock goes down to a 3% loss, it's going to get you out, and the most you would lose is $1,000. So what it's going to do, it's going to go out and buy the number of shares, let's say whatever it is, 330 shares, or that could be any number. It's going to be a number that if the price goes to your stop, you're going to lose whatever amount you put in this risk value. Does that make sense? How much did you spend? It's going to depend on your risk value. I'm trying to let me try to I got to do math in my head to try to figure this out. But let's say you're buying a $10 stock. Okay, you're buying a $10 stock, and the most you want to lose is $100. Okay, and your stop loss. This is for simplicity's sake. Let's say your stop loss is $1. You buy the stock at 10, and your stop loss is $1. Okay, so what it's going to do, it's going to go out there and buy you. In this case, somebody help me out. Let's see. Well, if you're using, let's say you're using, you don't want to lose more than $100, so it's going to go out and buy you 1 share. Okay. No, it's going to buy you 10 shares. Yeah. Is that right? Or 100 shares? 100 shares. Do you see the calculation, Dan? Okay, so let's say you don't want to risk more than $100. Okay, so it's going to buy you whatever the amount of shares is going to be, that if it loses that dollar, you're only going to lose $100. So in this case, it's going to buy you 100 shares, right? Because if it goes down $1, 100 times $1 is $100. Okay, it doesn't make sense. Let me try to give it to you another perspective, because that's pretty straightforward. Let's see. Okay, let me try to pull up a little worksheet here. Okay, so let's say the stock. Let me make this big. Golly, I hate when I do that. I'm just going to put it all caps. The stock price is $10. Okay? Max loss that you want to lose is $100. Okay? Your stop price.
Wow.
Is 10. Let's say it's 10%. You got a stock. You can use 10%, or you can use a dollar value, or whatever you want to use. But let's say in this case your stop price is $1, just for simplicity. Okay. So the question is, how many shares do I buy if stock goes down $1, and the most I want to lose is $100? Okay, so this is just simple math, okay? So don't worry, our algorithm does this for you. You have no idea how much it's going to go out there and buy, but it's going to calculate it for you, okay? So what it does, the algorithm goes in there and it says, well, the most he wants to lose is $100. He's buying a $10 stock, okay? So how many shares do I need to buy if the stock price goes down $1 on him, okay? So if it goes down $1, the most you're going to lose is $100. So the size equals 100 shares. Okay? If your maximum loss were $50, okay, then the size would be 50 shares. So, but I need to have the X amount of money in my E-Trade account. Well, yeah, you have to have the X amount of money in your E-Trade account. So that's something we can't automate for you as far as your maximum amount in your E-Trade account. I would tell you this: if you're going to be actively trading, you have to have at least $25,000 in there. We already know the stock price is $10, Dan. We know the stock price is $10. Okay? So in this case, you're going to buy 50 shares at $10, and that would equal $500. Okay, if in our other scenario where the max loss was $100, it's going to buy 100 shares at $10, which would equal $1,000. So this is kind of when you're building your algorithms, yes, it's very important to know how much you have in your account. Obviously, we don't know that. So it's not going to, in other words, it's not going to go into your account and figure out how much you get and how much it can disperse within. No, we can't do that at all. You're just going to have to do that on your own. Okay. There's no, that's just where you're going to have to estimate. But you can, once you get used to it, you can do it pretty easy because, well, you got some options here. If you want to just do a fixed dollar amount, okay, fixed shares, or a stop loss. In your case, you might want to do fixed dollars. Okay, let's say you have 20. I'm going to do 30,000. Let's say you have 30,000 in your account. Okay, and you're estimating. Holly would just buy the fixed share amount. Unless you have a pretty decent size account, you got to be careful with fixed shares. I mean, you can do, you can always do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 shares or something like that, but you got to be careful putting 100 shares in there. If Holly calls a $100 stock, then you're talking about $10,000. So, yeah, if you put fixed shares in there, Holly's going to buy you exactly that amount of shares that you put in there, depending on if you have the capital in your trading account. Okay. So here's what I would do if I were you. I have no idea what you're talking about in your account, but maybe an easy way to start, especially when you're paper trading, and at the end of the day, you can go in there and kind of look at it. What you might want to do, let's say you have 30,000 in your account. Dan, yes. Well, based on stop loss, I would say you can play around with it, the based on stop loss. But yeah, if you have a fixed amount and it's minimal, and I don't know, you may have $100,000 account, you may have a 10,000. I have no idea. But if it's closer to the lower value, you might want to just do fixed dollars. And obviously, your broker's not going to let you keep going and go over the amount if you keep trying to buy. But what you might want to do is estimate how many shares you're going to be doing. Holly, on average, is going to do probably 10 to 15 shares. Alerts a day. Maybe you don't want to do the short strategies. I don't know. Maybe you just want to do long strategies. But you have to figure out, based upon that, how much you want to allocate to each trade. Okay, so what you could do in here is come in here and I'll say I want to allocate fixed dollars, 5,000 shares. Well, Holly's going to, when she executes the trade, you cannot control the stop loss, but you can always control the executions, and you can always move the stop loss. You can always adjust that. Okay, but yeah, it's not in your situation. If you're not going to be around I don't know if you're going to be around your computer. First of all, I'd highly recommend it. This is not a system that was designed to turn it on and walk away. But you can always adjust your stop loss. That's the beautiful thing about based on stop loss. It's always going to buy you the number of shares on the max you want to lose. So in your paper trading, I know you're thinking, oh gosh, based on stop loss, it might go out and buy, if it's a 25, it may buy a whole bunch of it. It's still only going to buy the amount for your maximum loss. So what I would do if I were you would do based on stop loss, and maybe just start out in paper trading, maybe a risk $100 value and see how it works. And on it, really, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know the size of your account, but if you are trading a minimal account where you're a little bit nervous about it buying too much and things like that, do what most of us do and trade it manually. Okay. That way you can decide what trades you want to take, and that way you can set up your own stop parameters and things like that. All right. Hold on. Got another question here. When I open simulated trading, why do I see long short positions? I got rid of premium servants months ago because I was connected to an IRA account and can't go short. You can. Are you talking about Holly? When you say I see long short positions? I'm not exactly sure what. Are you talking about this side right here? No, I just connected to simulator account. Are you talking about discretionary? Tell me what you're looking at. Are you looking at your what tab? Are you looking at your strategies? Are you looking at Okay, well, I still don't know. Are you trading Holly?
Wow.
Are you trading your own discretionary manually? Okay, well, here's what you can do. Okay, so you're looking at strategies here, or are you looking at Holly? Are you looking at the Holly AI, which is this one right here? Are you looking at this strategy trades window, or are you looking at your strategies windows in your brokerage plus? Tutu. Oh, so this same box or this same box? If it's this same box, these are things that you built. Okay, if you want to get rid of anything, just right click and delete strategy. Brokerage plus, but connected to simulator. Can you look up 2222? Can you look up and tell me what strategies on? See, I have strategies, or do you have positions? Do you have? I need to know what tab you're looking at. Positions. Okay. All right. Well, as long as you only have long trades, it's going to read long, okay? If it has a short over here, that's something that you executed. So if you can't short in your brokerage account, it should not be shorting anything. I don't know if you're trading manually or how you're trading, or do you have some sort of auto strategies running? Yeah, I mean, if you're like me, I just use this box down here to trade, and I trade manually. But if you're, so I don't know what your problem, I'm really not understood. Why do you see long short? Long short, it just means it's going to show in this box whether it's a long position or a short position. Okay, there's no way for us just to make this long. Well, if you don't want to use it, you can just close out the window. You don't have to use it. Just close it out. Just hit the old X and don't bring it up. If you, I mean, there's lots of people that just like using the software and trading on their broker. I did that for paper traded. I mean, not paper traded, but live trading for 20 years, just doing that. Not before we even had Brokerage Plus. So it's not something you have to use. You don't have to use a simulator. It's just there for those that maybe want a paper trade or trade through, IB and not have to look at TWS. They would rather look at our Brokerage Plus panel. It's a lot more pleasing to the eye. Okay, probably somebody's going to have. I mean, you're kind of confusing me too. I don't even know why you have it up if you don't want to use it. You can't click on, you can't highlight on a symbol and just go flatten. Just hit that button. Yeah, just hit that. Just highlight on a symbol and flatten. That should work. That doesn't work? Okay, you have some issues. Somebody may have to do a remote with you if you can't click on a link and flatten. Yeah, that should be pretty straightforward. Okay, go to our website. I'll be tied up in here for another 30 minutes, but maybe Chris can do a remote for you if that's not working. If you have an issue, and you sure it's turned on, right? And you sure down here in the bottom it says simulated trading default? It doesn't. If it's Do you know how to get to our chat room? Just go to our website. You'll see a little blurb at the bottom, and somebody can do a remote and help you with that. Okay, you know how to get there? Perfect. Just go to the little person over there or down there, and we'll do a remote and come in and help you do it. And like I said, Chris may be available. If he's not, just hold on for 30 minutes, and I can do it when I get done. Yeah, because you should be able to just click and flatten. I'm letting Chris know that you may be coming in there. Okay, so Dan, let's see. Let's see. I think most traders. Okay, Dan, based on my current simulator, I choose fixed dollars at 10,000. My strategies window shows I am up 600, but 600 on how much money? So my point is, how much is Holly spending? Well, what you can do is, let me get back into the Holly window, and you can go to Holly, and you should be able to add a column. I'm not seeing it. Maybe I have it in here already. Well, I think because, let's see.
Wow.
know we have it here. Well, I know I've seen I've seen it before. Hold on. Okay, so here it is. Go to your positions window, right? Okay, everything that pops up is going to be in your positions window, right? When you're trading. Okay, so you don't want to be in the Holly AI tab. You want to always be in your positions window because this is what's going to pop up, okay, when you're trading Holly, okay? And then, shit, I hate when this happens. Then you want to go to columns and you want to add the exposure. You want to add this column right here, and it's going to show you how much is spent in each right. Chris is right. It's the yeah, but Chris he's going. I guess he's going to be taking it to eventually taking it to E-Trade or a Brokerage Plus, and he wants to know how much is being allocated each trade. Now you can put the exposure right and add that column, and it's going to show you how much you have allocated for each trade. Okay, so Dan, I think what you want to do is you got to remember you're setting how much is being spent on each trade. Okay, when the trade is taken, you have your exposure window open here. It's going to show you how much is how much exposure you have. I don't know what you mean, but the screen is blank. You probably don't have your strategies turned on. You got to have if you have your strategies turned on, the screen's not going to be blank. It's going to show your trades. Well, Dan, once again, all right, if you have an exposure, okay, everything's going to appear in your positions window, okay? This is the window you do not want to be in the Holly panel, okay? This is not going to show you the information that you want, okay? The positions window is where you're going to want to be, okay? This is where all your trades are going to appear. And if you have an exposure column in here, it's going to tell you exactly how much is allocated, so you know how much Holly is spending in each trade. Okay? Everything before that is just computations. You know, yes, you have no idea the value of the stock that Holly is going to trade. So you want to be, I don't think, shares, that eliminates shares, okay, because you're not going to know using shares. Okay, so you might want to just, if you want to know exactly how much you're doing, just put a fixed amount in there. And that way, every time she makes a trade, your fixed amount's going to come in here. If you allocate $10,000 per trade, you're going to see $10,000 in there, or something close to it without going over. So that is how you're going to see how much Holly is spending. Now, we do not know how many times Holly is going to trade it. Some of the stuff we do not know. We're just not going to know. If Holly makes 15 calls, or is Holly going to make 10 calls? So you want to make sure that, obviously you're going to have it capped up, because your broker is not going to let you keep spending money and going over your margin. So unfortunately, that's just, we are not going to know, how much money is going to need. That's why you just want to maybe play it safe. Let's say, using your example of a $50,000 account, okay, maybe allocate $5,000 to each trade. Okay, that's going to, basically give you 10 trades if she makes 10 trades. If you feel like that's too much and you're pushing it and you don't want to use all of your account, put it at $3,000. Okay, yeah. If your screen is blank, then there's probably a a problem. You didn't turn your strategies on, or you don't have it pointed to the simulated account. You got to make sure when you set up your Holly strategies, long trading strategies. Okay, you want to go into account and edit and put it on the correct account. This case, it would be simulated trading account. And you're going to have to do this each morning. Okay, we do this for security reasons. We don't want somebody coming in here and say, "Oh man, it just opened up and was trading account." This is why we make you set it up each morning. But better safe than sorry. So that's probably the issue right now. You're not setting up that account. Yeah, and we go all over this in that user manual that I dropped. Each little step of how to go about and setting it up and everything. So if just go step by step through that, and it'll take you through the whole process. Okay, Chris is dropping a YouTube video too that will help you as well. I think Chris may have did that one. I've been in this RKDA for about 3 days now. Keep thinking it's going to pop. Yeah, you know what? I had a decent trade in that. Yeah, I did. I sold it at 2028. I was in it from like 403 something. I bought it first thing yesterday morning, and scalped out 75% of it and tried to hold on to it the last 5%, but I just took my money and ran on that one. I just I've had a really good week and getting flat for the weekend basically. Only ones I have left is Pins, which is doing well. Bought it the other day on this breakout right here, I believe. And at RKDA, I have some of that. Plug, I bought some of that today, but not really going anywhere. Just kind of flat on, or a little bit in the money on that one. I sold my PayPal today that I bought at 100 when it finally broke through 100 the other day right here. Dang it. Sold it, I think, around 113.50. Going higher. Well, there's not. There's. No, I have no reason to believe there's going to be a sell-off. But I just, when I've had a decent week, especially with kind of everything that's out there, and it's not like the war and things like that. I just, I just don't know this market. I just not very confident in it. We've been on the other side of the mountain for a while, even though we kind of broke a downtrend yesterday in the SPYs. We still got the 50 and we still got the 100, and we still got a couple of pivot points we'd have to get through. So I'm more of a kind of guy that will anticipate moves, and then when I get them, I take my profits, and sometimes I get out way too quick, like that PayPal. It happens to me all the time. I had K-Web. I bought K-Web on this day right here, and I also bought BABA. So I got that big old gap up, and of course I sold it right. I was like 23% gains on the morning. I sold it, and then it went another 20, almost 20% higher. But That's always been my weakness. I'm really good at anticipating and finding setups and kind of, I hate to say bottom fishing, but I don't know. I'm pretty good at it. Like that pins I'm in. But probably my weakness is, if I am going to do that, let them run more. Now I am still in pins. I sold half of it today, but I'm still in half, so okay with that one. But yeah, like many good, I should say, couldn't call them good traders, but like many traders, cutting losses is not a problem for me. But sometimes I tend to cut them too quick. But that's okay. It keeps me in the game. Okay, let's see who's buying Apple. Let's take a look at Apple. Because Chris is calling for new all-time highs next Friday. No, I'm not going to get that giddy. Yeah, Apple looks good. Once again, when the market gets in turmoil, a lot of times I pay less attention to moving averages, and I like to look at trends. And when they break those trends, especially for like a couple of days. Now Apple's got a trend way up here, so yeah, there could be definitely some move. Or somebody may point out there is a trend right here. Only takes a couple of points to make a trend, and it's trying to get through that right now. So I would not be a buyer here just because of the trend line, and then that's just me. Especially in a market that's been bearish of late, I do not buy after they've gone up, 3 consecutive bars. I'm patient and wait for my entry. I mean, even that plug I bought today, it was a small size, probably 1/3 size, because I just feel like, they got a level right here. I'm not too excited. Like I said, I'm about flat on this one right now, but I would rather see it above this level. And it has had a few good days in a row. So if I am going, but they're not big pushes. Oh, you're welcome. I think when you're in, I mean, even though long-term, we've been in a long-term bull market, but everybody would agree that it's been most of the year has been bearish action. And I think that's when entries become really, really important. And, I like to, anticipate. And I very seldom I will chase. I do not chase in this kind of environment. I look for my setups and my moves. But speaking, by the way, guys, I've been working on. Me and the guys are working on our new little feature that we're going to have for you real soon, and it's called the Trader's Eye. Okay, and what's going to happen is each day when you come in, you're going to be able to go. This is going to be a docked channel in the dock channel bar, and you're going to be to look at some of our stocks we're watching for swing trades. Okay, as a matter of fact, this pin's been in here for the last couple of days. Okay, I called it out right there. I think plug was, I think Chris may have put this one in there. Varley, great call right there on Workhorse. Great call on Kaiser, whatever, Life Science this morning. Had a good push. Now it's been giving it up, but still beautiful push this morning on that one. Plugs in there doing okay from the open, up 2% from the open. Ruby, I thought this one had a chance. I love the way this was setting up. I did not buy it. I don't like chasing these first 15-minute candles. They get you in trouble, so I did not buy this one. But I did like the way it was setting up with the higher low and then the volume yesterday. And I thought maybe if it got through there, but yeah. This is why I don't like chasing those moves in the first 15 minutes. but some pretty decent calls in there. Some nice percentages since the open. Not too bad on the downside. RTX had a really good chart this morning, but just that's a nice little kind of flag, long-term flag pattern. It didn't work. But remember, these are swing ideas. We're not looking for day trades. Okay, so when you look at these, they're not going to come with any like targets and stops and entries. Okay, these are just ideas. In other words, these are going to be ideas that we think have a good possibility being higher the next few days. Okay, so your entry is going to be up to you. And like I said, I mean, these aren't to just go rush out and buy at the open, because everything's kind of subject to market condition. But I think it's going to be, I know a lot of people who come to our service are not looking for, fast day trades. And honestly, I think a lot of people would better serve themselves if they didn't do that and just look for ideas that can work over time. Like that, pins. Had we had a service open, maybe I would have, mentioned PayPal back over here when it was setting up real nicely there and it broke through 100. So, these are in general, a few day holds, but a lot of times if I get a percentage, I almost got 15% in that PayPal. I just take my money and run. Thank you, Chris. I appreciate it. Do you tend to trail your positions, or do you set limit sell orders on an ideal target? No, I typically, occasionally I will use stops. If I have to get up and go somewhere, I always put a stop in, but I'm usually always around, obviously, the market, trading and working for trade ideas. And so what I'll do is I'll use price targets. So let's say I'm in this, and lately what I've been doing, if a stock doesn't do what I think it's going to do, I will exit pretty quick. I don't sit around and wait. So let's say I bought this plug at 26, and let's say I don't want to see it break down below, this low here. Okay, well, let's say the 10-period moving average. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll come in here, the 10-period moving average, I don't want to see it go below that. I'll set a stop, not a stop, but I'll set a price alert. And then what a lot of times what'll happen is, I'll just have it on my screen and the price alert will go off, and then I'll pull it up my position, take a look at it, everything, and like what the market's doing. Because a lot of times, especially in the early morning, you get these drive downs. They try to shake out all the longs, So I won't panic and get out. I will take a look and evaluate the market conditions. And there's a lot of things. Look at the sector. What's the sector doing? Now, if I have to get up and go somewhere, I'm going to be away for a couple of hours. Yeah, I'll put a physical stop in there. But in most cases, I'll just use price alerts. You're welcome. Yeah, that's a good idea, Chris. What he's saying there, he's going to get this. He's going to get it on a Zoom so you guys can actually see. And I guess y'all would be able to share your screen so he can look at your screen too. I assume that would work, right, Chris? Oh yeah, I did. I am in silver that I bought the other day, right in here. Now I scalped out yesterday. This is what I do a lot of times. I scalped out once it went to that 10-period moving average there, and I gave it some time to get through, so then I sold half, and I'm still in a half. I think my price is around 23.15, so it's not like I'm way out of the money on the second half. This one's starting to really frustrate me. It just cannot. Cannot go. This may be the last day I'm gonna get out of this thing. I don't play a lot of stocks under $5, but I liked the story here. You know, it's pesticide and ag stocks have been kind of strong, although I don't think they're doing great today. Let me see. Yeah, a lot of your commodities aren't. It's some of the beaten up tech that's doing well, but it's not doing bad. It's hanging out the flat mark. Well, no, I take that back. It's kind of up on the last 2 days. But anyway, it doesn't have really, a lot of these stocks, when they're under $3, $2, whatever it is, their fundamentals are usually bad. This doesn't look bad to me. They got 35 million cash. Ooh, there's a alert that just went off that I had set. This one may get going. It's a little German. I think they have a China presence, so. Forever, I thought this was a Chinese stock, and I think they do a lot of business in China. Yeah, it's running right to its 50. I'm not gonna do anything today, but did have an alert go off. It's got to be a real quick one. Go ahead, Plaza. I got to turn it back over here to Barry here in a little bit, but I'm sure he won't mind. Just give him a little extra breather. So go ahead. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it. You got to be quick, Plaza. I gotta turn this back over to Barry. So if I don't see, okay, Extreme Master Blaster. What is the time frame based on 5? Well, a lot of people ask us about time frame, but it's not time frame because all these are new highs. Okay, so it could be hitting. Obviously, if it's hitting new highs on the day, it's hitting a new high on all those time frames. These are just stocks that are doing extreme volume. They're hitting a new high, and they have to be hitting like a 10-day high. You're going to see a lot of these things just, you're not going to miss anything when you're using this as far as momentum goes, as long as it's hitting a 10-day high. And the reason you may ask, why do you use a 10-day high? Because I don't like stocks that are doing huge volume, but they're in no man's land. In other words, they're not breaking out of any type of range. And I can't tell you how much it has saved me. If I didn't have a 10-day high in here, you'd get so much trash coming through of stocks that are just doing volume but not going anywhere. So I'd like to see stocks that are breaking out of at least a 10-day range. Look at that beauty. Phew. So, yeah, if you're a momentum trader, this is a good one. You're not going to miss much from that. Yeah, it's a good one. All right, guys. Hey, listen, have a great weekend. Great session, great questions, and have a great weekend, and we will see you back in here next week. And I don't know, Barry likes me. I think likes me to say I use this box. So let's see if he.
Including Christmas. No. I don't know, Todd. I mean, I'm really watching this one. If this breaks right through that 200-day moving average, I think all bets are off in terms of shorting it. I really do. I mean, it's right there. Absolutely, it is right there. But you know what? It hasn't gone. I know it sounds crazy. I mean, the stock's up 36%, but it hasn't gone like super parabolic yet. Parabolic mean, we'd have to see like a giant green candle. Okay, I mean, it's sort of, look at the 5-minute chart. It's kind of inching its way up and up and up. So, that to me means this is still somewhat orderly until we get like a giant green candle. And it's not a low float, but it's certainly not a high float. I mean, listen, yeah, Todd. I mean, this could obviously fail. I mean, we see it many, many, many times. Something failing at the 200-day moving average. But I mean, look at the volume today. I mean, and it's still relatively strong volume-wise. I mean, look at the volume picking up. What time is it right now? 1:05. So I mean, this candle still has about 9 minutes and 15 seconds to close. So that candle will probably be the equal. So it's not like the volume is completely and utterly tailed off. That's what I'd like to see also, because that means, okay, maybe the buyers are finally becoming less enthusiastic about it. I mean, look, it is starting to drop, but how much do you think? How much can you get out of this? Probably, that's the other issue. How much can it go down? I mean, obviously, go down to $5, but 6 might hold it. I mean, that little 6 area could hold it easily. To me, that's not enough. I'm looking for the ones, from Zach's topping plays that can drop a couple of dollars. Now, granted, these are more expensive stocks. This ALLG is still intriguing here. Ah, man, gets through this 877. I'm going to stick an alert up here around 874 for ALLG. The spread is tightened up somewhat, 59.63 now. And you can just kind of see that if it can take that area out right up here in that 5-minute chart, it has that run. And then remember, it got up to 1270 pre-market and all the way up to 1358 yesterday. So that's all traders are looking at right now. It's the what if scenario. Well, usually they it's laid out. It'll say now you have 0.17 shares of this, of the company that is acquiring the acquired company. Things like that. It's usually laid out. You're talking about something that gets completely renamed like this. Nothing really happens. If like this became ALLG, so if you had the shares in whatever it was Spartan Acquisition before, and nothing really happens. I think anyway, you look at your broker's account, and whatever that symbol was before, it becomes this, and you still have the same number of shares. Now that's not a reverse merger, but that's just a merger. Yeah, I'm looking at Dave right now. I mean, getting close to. I mean, you see, there's the parabolic move. I mean, that's classic. Look at that 5 minute chart. I mean, that went from 925 to 981. There is a parabolic move right there. And when you look left, what do we see? 880 is the high there, and 1070. I'd like to think that 10 could stall it. It's a bit of a spread issue, 967, 982, but and the question is now moot for me because there are no shares available to short for me at Interactive Brokers. But that, I'd love to see something like that happen with Kodak, KODK. So I said, I don't know what you mean. So when you say a reverse major, so you're not a reverse major, reverse merger, you're not talking about a reverse split. You're just talking about a company taking, to me, nothing changes. It just becomes a new symbol and you still have your same shares. Unless if it's a reverse split, it's just a ratio. So if you had 100 shares of something that did a 1 for 10 reverse split, now you're going to have 10 shares. But that's different. You're not talking about that. Yeah, I don't think there's anything that changes. I may be completely wrong, but I don't see, all the company is doing is just changing symbols. That's all. I really don't think. I mean, look at Facebook. Okay, Facebook is still trading as Facebook, but ultimately it's going to this. I don't know if the symbol is going to change to Meta. Okay, so if you have 100 shares of Facebook, and then the next day it changes changes into Meta, you'll have 100 shares of that. Unless they specifically say something differently, it's just a symbol name change. That's all. I mean, I can tell you for sure, I did have a SPAC that turned into got renamed. Nothing happened. My brokerage account, nothing happened other than the symbol name change. I had the same number of shares. So from personal experience on something like that, and I can't imagine it would be any different for any other, something like a SPAC that changes symbol. Okay, guys, STNE just took another little pop up. It's been pretty erratic though, but STNE just took a little pop up. All right, so Kodak is starting to fail around that 200-day moving average, but not a huge failure yet. There you go. So Santa, look what Dana said. NXTD turned to LGMK. I'm sure there was no difference. You had the same number of shares. It just changed the symbol. That's it. Guys, keep an eye on this ALLG. You know, this is my little price alert set up here around 871, I believe. Right around 871, 874, 874. You can just kind of see if it takes that out on some volume. This could have a big run. ALLG. Well, you know, then that is a different case. If the price is going to be adjusted, then there might be, but you know, then you have to read. There's no hard and fast rule then. You know, but I thought you were talking more about, you know, that usually you'll see that when you're when a company gets acquired, and it's a share transaction, and so you know, say I had you know, ABC company being acquired by XYZ, so they would say, okay, when it gets acquired, you will now have, you know, XYZ shares, which will be like point 0.2 of XYZ shares, but it'll be the same market cap. All right, guys, so the Kodak is starting to drift down just a little bit, though. I'm really interested in this ALLG. Really interested in this one if it pops out through here. Well, are you talking about somebody's opinion that after the renaming it was going to trade at a much higher value? Is that an opinion? You know, I mean, that's very different. Usually, a lot of times companies will change their symbol. A couple of reasons. There might be a lot of baggage with the old symbol and they want people to forget about it. Or maybe they are changing their business environment and so they want a new symbol to more reflect what they're doing, we'll say. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to wait. I'm just going to wait. I mean, the good thing about the excuse me, the ALG, I'm going to call it ALG, is that the spread is good now. Only a couple of pennies. All right, I'll do it in the simulator also. Okay, we'll take a couple hundred shares in the simulator. Buy it at the market, only a penny spread. Now let's see what happens. And of course, with a couple hundred shares, I'm going to risk $100 on the trade. I'm just making the math simple. Put the stop at 808. That is 50 cents away. And you'll see right here, it'll red line will appear. It should say very close to minus 100. Minus 103, okay? Oh, that's okay. The reason the entry was actually 860. I thought it was 858, but that's okay. Yeah, why we don't anticipate. Look at the PIK now. This is really starting to give it up. Let's see what Real is looking at with a 620 break for a Kodak. Well, there is definitely some driftage now, drifting down. I mean, 6 may hold it. That's the only issue I've got. 6 may hold it. But that 200-day moving average looks like that did stall it. I mean, it got to 641, 639. So as Real says, it's an area. So it looks like it has stalled it somewhat anyway. I like driftage. Seepage, driftage. Always fun to make up some words. All right, well, let's see if this works. I did take 619 on the Kodak just to see. I honestly don't expect too much, and this will be a pretty tight stop. But Real says I shouldn't worry about whole numbers, so okay. See, you can take just about any word and add AGE to it. You know, it's interesting, guys. I mean, in my momentum, not momentum, but the gap continuation or reverse scanner, these are the only ones that came through today. Very, very light day on this. Very, very, very light day for the continuation, either up, down, or reversals. Yeah, gate works too. Well, again, I am just definitely interested in this one to say ALLG if it pops through here on some volume. Well, Zach said he was shorting. He wanted to see 645, but I think he shorted already at that right at the SMA. He mentioned that earlier. Yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of waiting on it with volume, as always, with volume. Right now, look at the volume, none, right? It's all tapered off completely. Look at this on the 2-minute, the volume is completely dwindled. So unless this pops through on volume, I'm not taking the trade. And again, just use our price alert, set the price alert so you don't have to stare at the chart. You get the price alert, you click on it, you see, well, you're going to see that it has popped through, but you'll check the volume and then you can make up your mind. Now, granted, if it pops through on tremendous volume and it adds 50 cents immediately, okay, that's the risk you take. But I'd rather take that, rather be safe than sorry. I'm only going to give Kodak just a couple more pennies. I didn't expect very much. KC. Yeah, this has been super strong China stock all day. It hasn't really pulled back once. All right, guys, I'm out of the Kodak. Took a little loss on it. I'll look at it again maybe if it gets close to that 200-day, but I didn't expect much. I had about a 3 cent profit on it, but I was obviously looking for more. I'm actually looking to go long if it really takes out that SMA. And GLNG, sugar, lost sight of this one. Right when I was in my break, that's when it. No, I'm sorry. My break at 12:15 or 12. That's when it took out that 20, and just started to run. Expensive break. This is sugar is low volume. It works the same. That's what the ABS is there for, Don. It works the same. It'll show the next low looking left. That's why that ABS is in the formula. So that's the absolute difference of one, okay? So, well, one, whatever. Yes, I can direct, whatever number you're using, of course, if you're looking to see something that is at least $1 away. Yes, let me get you that PDF. So there were two of them, all right? It's kind of the main one, but okay, I'll put it in off topic. So basically on pages 5 and 6 on that particular one, okay, pages 5 and 6 have all the data points. And the other one, this is the other one, okay? Yeah, I'm not sure where they bury that. Okay, guys, I have had not a new alert in quite a while. Well, just got a new alert for FUTU, just making a new high for the day. Ooh, look at ALG. ALG. So close, so close. But no volume, still no volume. Look at that volume, guys. Well, Kodak is really, I mean, it's just kind of, I mean, it may take out that 620 again, but just don't know how dynamic it's going to be if it gets close to 6. Lizzie, let's take a look at LIZI from Zach. Trying to play, of course, relatively low float. I mean, we're getting spoiled here. We only think things are a low float if it's say under 5 million, but 20 million is still very low. A moment. All right, let's take a look left on Lizzie. Lizzie, the next high looking left is 271 on the weekly chart. Is that right? Yeah. So it's got 271 on the weekly chart anyway. Sorry guys, I know a commotion in the background here. There we go. Well, FUTU is just ripping here now. All right, some volume coming in on the 2. You can just sort of see some volume coming in on the 2. Let's get that volume increasing, increasing, increasing. Now I'm talking about ALLG, guys. There's the volume coming in. You can see it on the 2 minute. Just start to see it on the 5. I'm in it. Okay, I am in it. What did I get in at? We had the alert right there. But 871 was pretty lucky on a fill. One of the reasons is I was actually staring at it over here. Oops, over right there. And just as I wasn't staring at it, I was just glancing at my thumbnail charts, and as I was looking, I saw, it looks like it wants to go. Okay, well now Kodak is starting to give it up again. Come on, get through 9. So if you took this one, just be careful, okay? Be really careful with the ALLG. Spread is sort of widened, which I don't like, but sorry guys, I really have to watch this one very carefully. All G. You can sort of see a little bit of volume on the 5. A couple of minutes for this to close. Just keep coming. Keep getting that volume. Just need that bid to catch up to the ask. Got some action coming in at the ask at 889. Oops, just dropped a bit. Yeah, I don't like the spread. I mean, you know, got in it, the spread was okay. 13 cents now, that's the issue. Yeah, Joey, let me explain it, okay? All it does is it looks at, you get an alert. For instance, if you said, you know, only show me a stock that has $1 to the next high on a daily chart. That's what it's looking at, okay? So you wouldn't get it. So if you got an alert, say for this one right here, STNE, okay, say it was right at the top here, and you said, you know, I only want to see stocks that have $1 to the next high. So in this particular case, where's the next high? So if the stock is at 1375, you know, the next high would have to be at 1476 for you to see this, if that makes sense. That's all it's doing. Basically, you're looking for a gap. Okay, and you can define the gap as big as you want or as small as you want. It's only going to work on stocks making new highs, of course, or new lows, and then it just looks left to see, okay, where is, again, Where's the next high looking right? Okay, looking right, looking left. So again, if you use that filter, and it becomes a filter just with a min and a max. So if you put min 1 in there, that means you don't want to see a stock unless it's got at least $1 to the next high, as an example. Okay? What I really wish is that we could use it in a top list. You can't do it though because the top list doesn't work that way. Because I'd love to have a top list that just says, and sort it to show you the stocks that have the biggest gaps available. Zach, I'm in the LG, okay, ALLG. Just having to watch it like a hawk here. I want that spread to catch up. Spread to catch up. The bid to catch up to the ask. I think the equal P, this is so long ago that I had this, but the equal P must stand for the next high looking left or the next low looking left, okay? Because the price is the current price in that formula. So it's taking the difference between, so the equal P must be able to look left to see where the next high or the next low is. Yeah, you won't see documentation for it. This is just something that, I've had that formula for probably 8 years, okay? Come on, get enthusiastic again, LG. All right, maybe the moment of truth for LG guys, if you took it. You got to 880, 885. Come on. Such a game. No miss. No shorts. No shorts for me. I wanted that one. I thought, that 10 could have blocked it, and it did. No shorts for me. How come you didn't do it? If you go to my homepage, that should be where it is. Okay, not my homepage, but if you go to my channel, go to the dock channel bar, and then click on my watch list. This should be it. This should be the same race. It's supposed to be anyway. It's just looking at a symbol list. It should be the same race. Remember Warby from yesterday? Look at Warby from yesterday, guys. WRBY had a tremendous recovery. It had earnings. It was way down. This doesn't even show the whole story, okay? Because it was down a lot more in the pre-market. Had a great recovery, and look at it today. Boy, what a recovery. They're playing some. That bid has to catch up now in ALG. X. Take a look at X. Warby, guys, Warby, just on a mission here. WRBY coming maybe into a resistance area right around here. Well, that's far enough away. $34, $34.50. It's about $2 away from the next highs looking left. All right, guys, I'm out of that. I am out of that trade for the ALG. A little greedy, had a little bit of profit in it, and was hoping it would maybe take out 9, but it didn't do it. I'm going to keep an eye on it for later, though. But that spread just, I mean, they just dropped the spread or the bid on that, so that kind of ruined that trade. But manageable loss. I would do it again. Yeah, I mean, look at they're going crazy. 833, 875 now at the bid ask. So oh yeah, well we talked about that at 11:07. Yeah, at least I talked to maybe you had me on mute. Well, I'm still going to watch it. I'm going to watch it to see if that bid catches up to the ask again and we get some volume. All right, Kodak now. KODK now challenging 6. I'm not in it. I'm not in it anymore, but it is now challenging 6. Yeah, another low float, 20 million in the float. Over that whole number, what's the next high looking left is 1570. So, just based on that, this certainly has some room. IAS has some room. No, Sam. I have it right here. It's 32.55 for WRBY. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure where you're getting that 27.70. If you can see my screen, you can see right there on the chart, it says 32.53, not 27.70. Well, I don't know how to help. Are you, are you got a live connection? Is your ball green? I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, obviously in mine, well, okay, let's take another stock. How about Microsoft? What do you see for Microsoft? Put a get a chart of Microsoft. What price do you have for Microsoft MSFT? I'm talking to someone in our YouTube room. Well, it doesn't make sense that only one chart isn't giving you the right value. So I'll just ask, pull up another one. Okay, Microsoft. Okay, even that is a little slow. I mean, it is 297.96. Okay, you have 295.22. You're behind somehow. You're behind somehow, Sam. We'll do one more. How about Kodak? Kodk. What do you have for Kodak? Kodk. No, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. They're saying they're on their trade ideas charts. WRBY is showing 27.70, which of course is okay. So Sam, you're not. Are you sure you have real time data? You are stuck. I mean, 464 is yesterday's close or something. So you don't have. You say you've got a green ball, but you don't have live data or something. Because Kodak's at 606 now. Yeah, maybe do a refresh. Just go to help. Go to your account and then do a reset connection. Okay. So from the toolbar, click on account and then reset connection and see if that helps because your data is if you're looking at an intraday chart, I mean your data is all messed up. Ah, good. Okay. Good stuff. Yeah, look at DWAC now. Yeah, DWAC is. I have that one thumbnail. It's the only reason I see it, but some volume coming in, a big pop here. Well, I don't know. It's got to take out that 47, and maybe it gets it going. Yeah, there's two So I've got a watch list, and then I've got a one that is, which is a different watch list for the races. So the watch list that is in here should say best WL. So this is what it should say. Configure. If you click on symbol list, it should say best WL. FULC. Well, that doesn't make sense. Because FULC I don't believe is in that watch list, but let me just see. So when you say you go to my channel, you say you see FULC. Here's my watch list right here. I don't see FULC. Okay. I don't know what you mean by on the toolbar. When you say you hit it on the toolbar, I don't know what you mean by that. Here's the toolbar. Here's the options you have. So you can't see a. So I'm not sure I know what you mean. Okay, so from new, dock channel bar. Okay, from new, and then Barry's watch list, right here. So this is what you should see. And I don't see FULC. It should be, yeah, there's nothing really, if you're clicking my watch list, I mean, it gets updated every day. I can't see how it can show something else. Ah, are you looking here? Are you going new and then channel bar? And then my watch list from here? I wonder, that might be it, but I'm not sure. Are you clicking on my watch list from the docked channel bar? You are, from the docked channel bar. You're clicking on my watch list from the docked channel bar. Well, that's bizarre. I don't know what to say. I mean, dock channel bar, here it is. I mean, this is, universal. I have no explanation for why you would be saying FULC. In fact, I can actually go make sure it's not in there. No. You see, this is the symbol list that's being used right now, and the FULC is not here. So, boy, I really don't know. I don't know how I can help you. FULC is not in there. So, Torps, the huge difference is this. Is that the dock channel bar allows you to, if you click on the dock channel bar, if you have a layout underneath, okay, in the past when you would click on a layout or a channel from the old channel bar, your layout would disappear. Now it doesn't, Okay, you can click on a channel, so you can more easily surf through the channels. Okay, so you can even have a channel. You can have this channel open if you wanted to, and you just click on New again, Dock Channel Bar. So you can have another channel open. Okay, so you can now don't go crazy, because sometimes we don't even know how many channels you could have open. We don't really know. And when I say that, I mean you can have probably as many as you want. Problem is your system may degrade. Okay, so we don't recommend that you've got all sorts of channels open at the same time. But the big difference, of course, is now your layout does not disappear. Ah, TI Web. Okay. That I don't know, Timothy. I have to admit, I do not know what it looks like. I haven't looked at the web-based version in a long time, but let me just check. And you're using the web because you have you're using a Mac or something, you're on a tablet. Let me just see what it says. See, this doesn't even work for me. I can't even click on. Never mind that. I can't even click on. I mean, I haven't looked at this in months and months and months. I can't even load another channel. Wonder why. Yeah, sorry, I really can't help you. I'm have no experience using the web-based version, but you should be able to. You should be able to at least click on a channel and have it change. So I'm not sure why that's not even working. You might have to go to, I don't know, is there a problem with our web-based version? Anybody using our web-based version with no issues? Yeah, I mean, with a Mac, you can use the web-based version. It should work better than that, though. Well, let me ask you this: are you able to click on a different channel and have it load? At least I couldn't even do that. Now, that's got to be. I mean, that shouldn't be. Okay, so something on my end, I'm not even sure. It's very possible that the web-based version they haven't updated the symbol list in there. That might be the reason. Yeah, get a PC. Or use Amazon Web Services or AWS or something like that, or an emulation program. You too, Timothy. Well, I mean, it all depends, I mean, anything can become a swing trade. Okay, I'm not a swing trader because I don't want to be one. I mean, it's really that simple. But anything can turn into a swing trade, right? I mean, for me, if the 10-day daily breakout or the 10-day daily breakdown, I mean, if there's still room for it to run, when I look left on a daily or a weekly or a monthly chart, and it still has room to run, I mean, you can make up your own mind, I suppose, if you want to hold it. Okay? I mean, really, it's that simple. Even any one of these alerts. I mean, if I click on ZH as an example, And what if ZH was, up to 342, and I looked left, and the next high was 6? I could say, well, even though, this came up on call it on an intraday scan, I may look at that and go, no reason, if I feel like I want to, I could easily swing that. Now I never swing through earnings. Okay, that's one thing I don't do, but it's really up to you. I mean, if a stock still has room to run, you can make up your own mind if you want to hold it. Just like the AI. I mean, the AI has a lot of alerts. I shouldn't say a lot. Actually, it's got a lot of alerts today. But look at the QFIN as an example. So if the QFIN got back up here, but it's China. See, I wouldn't probably swing a China stock. All right, just because. You don't know what's going to happen over the weekend. You don't know what's going to happen overnight, even if it's during the week. I mean, look how, KWeb has been up one day, down one day, up one day. So I probably wouldn't swing a China stock. That's my. But if it was a non-China stock and it had a lot of room to keep running, you could take a look at it. The 10-day daily breakdown, it just means for me, or the 10-day daily breakout, just means that, something dramatic is obviously happening, for it to have a 10-day daily breakout or breakdown. So that's the reason why, we use a scan like that. And it can be really good. You'll hear me say all the time, especially, the AMBAC, AMBC early. You'll see me drool over the ones that are also at a lifetime low. Okay? They didn't get any today, only had the one today. There's the AMBC. But when we get one that is a 10-day daily breakdown, and plus it's a lifetime low, those are the ones I really love because, what's holding it up? It's on a lifetime low, so there's no chart support. And in theory, a 10-day daily breakout, though I don't find it as dynamic as a 10-day daily breakdown, if it was making a lifetime high, I suppose you could flip that and say, okay, stock's making a lifetime high on a 10-day daily breakout. It could keep going. I just find that the certainly for intraday, I do find that the shorting the ones that are making lifetime lows, because that's devastating. I mean, who's going to step in? I'm not saying it never happens, but I use the phrase "you first" to step in. But to me, swing trading, day trading, it's a mindset. That's all it is, in my opinion. We label it. And, people like in this room, like PJ, he seems to be very adept at swinging. And I just feel more comfortable day trading. I don't have to worry about anything overnight, and now, do I miss some huge, huge moves? Of course I do. But if you were going to tell me that this was going to go from 2 to 100 in 2 months, sure, okay. No, my channel was not always docked. Docking is relatively new, Torps, okay? Anything in the channel bar, in the new dock channel bar, is docked, but before it was not. We didn't have docking. Okay, guys. Now look at the China stocks. KWeb. Look at KWeb. What it's doing now. Okay. Look at this little break here. If this picks up steam, your support may be down here. We may see a lot of China stocks. Well, then you must have pinned your layout or something. The only way your layout could stay is if you pinned it. Oh, okay. Well, if it was pinned, fine. Yes, you're right. I just don't talk about pinning at all because it get people in a lot of trouble. We had a gentleman the other day emailing us saying, "How come my system is so slow?" He had 108, and if you're in the room, I'm not making fun of you, but you had 120 top list pinned, not realizing it. And it didn't do it on purpose, but just didn't realize it. And of course, top lists, he might have had 100 in the count. So of course, those top lists every 30 seconds are going to be updated, and his system, of course, slowed down to a crawl. No, I didn't, Torps. No, I didn't. No, 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 no. I wouldn't talk about pinning. I said don't pin because people got into trouble. Maybe years and years ago, just to say if you don't want to lose it, you can pin it. But I haven't talked about pinning probably in 3 years. Okay, years and years ago, fine. Because what was happening is when I was sharing my scans and they were pinned, I was thinking, okay, remember it's pinned, and this. Well, people were taking my scans and then they'd save their layout, and they load it, and not realizing that they're loading another version or another version, and then our support people were getting inundated with saying, "How come my system is slow?" And they were finding out that they were pinned, and they were basically said, "Hey Barry, make sure when you give out your alerts or your scans, make sure they're unpinned." So that's what I did. All right, Ryan on the hit parade here. 36.54 was the potential short area for Ryan. That's from Zach Scan. Boy, this GLNG, my goodness, big miss by me. I just wanted to wait for a 20 break I was on my break and it broke 20. Well, my guess now, guys, is you could be taking a look at a lot of China stocks and shorting them. Okay, round two maybe for the ology. I still have my alert set. I'll have my alert set up here in that area, but it's going to have to come on stupendous volume. Okay, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Perfect Circle, are you in the room? In the YouTube room? All right, so Ryan did not fall yet. Ryanair did, or Ryan, that's not Ryanair, sorry. Ryan did not fall yet, RYAN. Market is still, well, it's kind of basing, not really doing too much. Okay, you're tempting me again, are you? Tempting me again. Volume coming in a little bit. You know what? I'm not going to talk about it, guys. It's up to you if you're going to take this algae. It's pretty risky, but I'm not going to talk about it anymore. Well, I may be, but I mean, it may be a turtle, but you know, I'm just looking left here just to see if traders get excited about what happened in the pre-market and also yesterday, and see if it has a bit of a burst in it. That's all. But I am eyeballing this 36 or the Ryan. I am still eyeballing it, seeing if it has any sort of a drop. All right, guys. I am just waiting on something. Yeah, that pick looks interesting. PIK looks interesting. If it can take out that 650 level, you can just sort of see what's happening. But, again, it may have run its course for the day. That's what we're looking at here for the pick, PIK. Right there, that level right there. Look at all that action on the 15-minute chart. Not that far away. Takes that out. It may have another run to the 7 level. May have a run to the 7 level. Getting very close. There's the pick PIK to that 650 level, taking all this out on the 15-minute chart. All right, guys, listen, I'm going to put myself on mute for a bit here, okay? If you have any questions, I will pop back in, but I'm just going to put myself on mute for a bit. I'm not going to talk about it. BHIL. I'm not going to talk about it. I'm sorry, it did come up in my price alerts. You saw. Talked about it yesterday. BHIL. So I was asking to see if Perfect Circle was in the YouTube room. Yeah, Redbox just made another new high. Did it take out that? Wow. So it got to that high there. What is it? 271, and it actually got to 270. So, man, oh man, you got to watch this next week. I mean, this is a classic. Somebody asked about swing trading. Well, I mean, if this holds this level, and you just look left, look at the gap. It's 529. This is not a recommendation, but this is the sort of thing, you can look at. Remember, when you're swing trading, you're going to have a wider stop, of course. Not sure where you're going to put your stop. That's pretty, the low of that daily candle. So, if you got in right now, say at 270, that's 90 cents. Could you make $1.80? And in theory, yeah, I mean, it's close. Oh, hey guys, I'm definitely watching the Ryan here, the Ryan again. Like that bottoming tail, but let's see if it can start to drift down. That may have held it. That little 5-minute action might have held it. MRNS. Whoa, no kidding. Look at this. I haven't seen this one for a long, long time. Used to see it all the time. Remember, at one point this was a $42 stock. What's the high looking left here is 1026. This is shortable. Whoa, it got halted too. So, and this could open 1195, 1195. This is what I'm seeing on the bid and ask. This is Interactive Brokers, of course, nothing to do with trade ideas. So halted at 983, and the potential open is in this area. Now that can change, of course. If it's a 5-minute halt, we'll have to see. Yeah, there are shorts available. Yeah, there are shorts available for MRNS at Interactive Brokers. 136,000 of them. Meanwhile, RDBX just took it out. Just took out that high right there. Briefly anyway, RDBX. Boy, this is interesting. I mean, that daily candle has wiped all this out now. All of that out. Eek. Ooh, William. All right, here's a late breaking one, guys. HPQ breaking out on volume, but what's the high over here? 35.82. Yeah, I just don't like it. I think there's too much resistance. But it's coming in and the breaking up on volume scan. All right, Kodak looks like it's trying to bounce off 6, guys. Looks like 6 held. Here's another one that's showing up right now. KRKR. Low float, 27 million, and it's a China stock, KRKR, not drifting down with the rest of the China stocks. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. Well, I'm going to a little prayer for William. I don't know where he's short at, but there it is, 1059, 1059. Remember, it's come down. Remember, it was at 11 something before. So again, if this is a 5-minute halt, 235 plus 12 seconds. So this will be in less than a minute. If it's a 5-minute halt, will open. I'm hoping that this is going to move down for you, William. Where are you short at? Dang is right. I might use a stronger word, but dang is right for the RDBX. Well, the Ryan just does not want to fall yet. See if there's any news on it. Don't see any news on it specific to it, so oh, I'm sick about the GLNG. Look at this. What a move off 20, guys. GLNG. Ooh, boy, oh boy. Nielsen, okay, you got my attention. Well, the high yesterday was what, 24.31? So obviously, if it can take out that high, has a shot to that 25 level here. That was a while back, right? That was on this day right here, the takeover chatter for Nielsen. A few days ago. In fact, it was on the 14th, March 14th. So that was Monday, I guess. Well, I'm just kind of focusing right now on the Ryan to see if it can drop somewhat. Yeah, so it'll be over a 5-minute halt. So if it is a 10-minute halt, it'll open 12 seconds after 240. So that's 1026. That's the next high looking left. And right now the bid ask is at 1070. So okay, if it's going to open, guys, it's going to open in right now. Right now, it just opened. And so it did pop up. Of course, it popped up. Got up to what, 1086 or so? 1042. Now it's starting to, it's still, I wouldn't be trying to short it yet. Wow. William. I mean, it is really, just look at this. Look what's happening here. This is a time in sales from Interactive Brokers. Wow, it's still strong. Wow, it is still strong, man. But it is whippy like heck. Like, look, at some point this will probably turn into a wonderful short, but man, oh man, you got to be careful. I mean, we're coming into this area now, the 12 area. Looks like there's, resistance here. It's not for everybody. Wow. William, are you okay, or did you get out on at least a little bit of a? Well, now it's coming into the 200-day moving average. Well, to be fair, I mean, it did come up in the exact scan just before the halt at 10:52. So, I know that's why William looked at it. I'm sorry, it came up on the scan at 10:52. It got halted at 9:83. Well, it got right to the 200-day moving average, almost, well, not quite to the penny. 1237, 1250 is the 200-day moving average. Wow, 250, 245, guys. Getting set to get myself on mute. Yeah. Okay, guys. Well, hard to talk about these, right? I mean, I don't want to get anybody hurt, but that's the MRNS. Meanwhile, RDBX keeps making new highs, guys. RDBX keeps making new highs. Did anybody find any news on this one for the RDBX? I just don't see any news. I see a filing. I just don't see any specific news. I see a filing on the 10th, but other than that, I don't see any specific news for RDBX. Jeez, guys, you have no idea what I'm doing. RDBX, I mean, gosh. Well, that's a ripper off that three, guys. You probably know what I'm doing here. I'm just trying to trade it. I'm also looking at one other one, and you'll probably know what that one is. I won't say it, but you probably know what it is. Wow, what a Friday afternoon. What a Friday afternoon. Yeah, yeah. Time is at 2:50. I don't even have time to go over my home page. Oh man, oh man. I'm not even sure what this MRNS is doing right now. I don't care anymore. Come on. All right, guys. I am going to just talk my homepage just because there is still that promo. I don't know when it's going to disappear. It'll be good until at least 11:59 p.m. Sunday night. Okay, but I'm watching a couple of things very closely, and so if you click on my homepage link. Okay, so there's the promo code. You can still use it, Patty20 for 20% off the first month only. Here are the three free sections. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. All my scans are here. Okay, all my scans that I'm sharing are here. And here's the big education section, big user guide. Come on, click. User guide, introductory lessons, daily support. So don't forget, Chris will be there between 3:30 and 4:30 in our YouTube room when I wrap the main room up at 3:30. And the daily webinars, sign up for them all right here. And again, Michael Noss, back to basics. What is a stock? Okay, all free. Everything is free except for my scans. Of course, you have to be a subscriber. Now I got to get back to watching. Okay, obviously you know what I was doing. I had to watch this like a hawk. RDBX now, it's come right back down, completely out. What a Friday. Wow. What a Friday afternoon. Late. Jeez. Yeah, look at GME. Insane. It's gonna, every time we say, well, I can't get to 100 again. It does. Oh, I I do both, Vicky. I'm I'm long. I was long the RB, and I'm long one another one that I guess I'm not allowed to talk about. So come on, catch up. Get that bid to catch up. Yes. All right, guys. I'm just going to put the announcement in. Okay. I will be here. I'll be here to 3:30, but I'll put myself on mute so I can really concentrate on something that. Oh, I am on mute. Okay, on mute. Just give me a moment. Okay, so I'm on mute. Room will be open until 3:30. So I'm going to put myself on mute right now. Okay, I'm here. If you want to ask me questions, I am here. All right, so I'm just waiting for Chris to show up, and then I'll head out. Have a great weekend, everybody. Yeah, I'll be here until Chris shows up. I'm just waiting for him to show up. 3:27. He should be there in a couple of minutes in our YouTube room. Then I'll shut this room down. I'm just waiting for the magic to say, Barry, I am streaming. The mysterious trade? Yeah, it went extremely well. Yes, TRD. The all G. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. You're not screaming in our YouTube room. Not yet. Let you loose on the YouTubers, William. You too, TRD. Rude trader from Eastern Europe. All right, guys, and just waiting for Chris to show up. It is now 3:30. I'm anticipating he's going to pop in and say, Barry, I am streaming. There he is. Okay. All right, Chris, have a good hour. It's been a great day here in the other room. Well, in both rooms, but so thanks. Have a great weekend, Chris. Stop my streaming right now on YouTube.
All right, video transfer looked good. Checking my audio here. All right, we're good audio and we're good video. Perfect. So happy Friday, everybody. Trade Ideas live Q&A for the late day, wrapping up the week. As always, another interesting week in the markets here. Doing this as a live open forum today, as I generally do. So if anybody has questions, concerns, comments, answers, anything you'd like to rap about trade ideas related or market related, fire those away for me. We'll get busy here. Happy Friday, TRD. How are you? Hopefully a green day for you as well. Another day I mentioned the other day, rising tide lifts all boats kind of day. Maybe that was yesterday I said that. I can't remember anymore. Another one of those today, so all good stuff. Although we'll see how many people really want to take risk home on the weekend. It looks like people do want to take risk home on the weekend. As a matter of fact, SPY is peeling up right now again. Let me pop that chart over real quick. Lost my anchored VWAP. 1, 2, there we go. So we're getting pretty extended off this 2-day anchored VWAP. We'll see if that trend continues. This was a huge line. We could see it yesterday. Couldn't get by it. Couldn't really get by it yesterday. We gapped down, ran into it, 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 and then finally we were able to poke above. And now we're rocking and rolling here. Makes me a little sad. Had a trade in ARRY. Closed it out here. I didn't want to take it home for the weekend. Not a bad trade. Worked out okay. It was hard for a couple of reasons to want to stay into it. For some reason, I didn't think it was going to be a 4th day up in a row. But 4 days up in a row, we're going into the weekend. I said, I just don't know about holding that. But I mean, I do like that very much right there. And if we can get through that, we're looking up here. But anyways, I'm complaining about a winning trade. How did the options racing work out? It worked out fantastic. What did I get out of the options racing? I didn't trade anything out of it because I couldn't trade today the way I wanted it to. But Kodak came in this very early. I got a Kodak before a 5 break even on this. And I mean, that's pretty outstanding. Over $1 on a $5 stock. Hard to argue with that. What else came out of that? TIGR still on there. This came out of it again today. Had that coming in somewhere in here, I think. What else came out of there that was really good? This here, it was also a Holly alert, and I traded it. Exited it early as well. I got it on this candle here, I think is where I got it. And then, when we started seeing those wicks there, I wasn't sure if we were going to really push through 440 or not on the SPY and hold it. So I closed out the trade here, and it, kept going without me. But that I didn't even know it was a Holly alert until after I was in it. What else came on there? Noodles was on there. If I can find that one. I didn't change my screen resolution. Can you guys see my screen all right? I did. Usually I blow my screen up a little bit more. I can do that if necessary. It'll only take a second. Maybe Noodles didn't win a race today. Oh, STNE. This was coming through here all early. Didn't give you a whole lot of a chance to get in there, but there to there, not bad. Take a look here. You could have gotten somewhere in the 1320 to 1330 range and rode that up to into the 1370 something range. So we're looking for day trades here. NDLS. Maybe this was the one. Yeah. All right. So this caught this as a gap and reversal here. Now it wasn't a terribly liquid stock, but we hunt in the fields that we're given. And this started getting it pretty early here on this move back up, and that's a sizable move back up. Not bad. Given a percent basis, trying to fill that gap. Actually filled the gap. Fading a little bit now. What else? DD's been coming through here a lot. So a number of those China stocks are coming through. And the winners don't always tell the story, because there's been things coming through this during the day that I don't think actually ever won. They kept getting beat out, but they ended up being good charts. Trying to look. This was one. Yeah, this was one here that came through all my races, including this one here. So this ends up being a pretty nice alert there. What else do we have? I think that might have been it. I can't remember if PIK came through that one or not. I don't think this was a great alert to trade, to be honest. Yeah, and also this came through at 2, I believe, and also not a great idea to trade this one. You can see I had price alerts here, and I was just never convinced that this thing was really going to be able to get going. I almost took the trade when it broke 410 one of these times here. I don't know which time. And I decided, you know what? It just doesn't look good to me. Oh, okay. Can't tell I'm on my phone. All right, well that's not going to help you at all then. Yeah, I mean you're working with a tiny screen anyways, so yeah, so that's that was kind of what happened for me today. Um, Definitely left some money on the table, but it happens. Other than that, looking at uh, looking at the sectors, China has it found did it find a floor here finally, and it's reversing. Andy, I don't know if he still has any or not, but I know he bought K-Web at like 21 and change. God, I hope he has a little bit of that still. What a trade. Um, I've said many times, this is an ugly chart overall, but at some point it has to reverse. I mean, it can't go down forever. I mean, unless the world is ending, obviously, and then I don't think it really matters. But my point being is you had to figure China overall is going to reverse. Now, this is, more Chinese internet stocks. The FXI is a picture of their large cap stocks. And so, they came out with that news, they're going to bolster their market or whatever they have to do. Um, and that looks like capitulation down to the downside. And, you know, we'll see. We'll see. Time will tell. But I'll tell you, I'm more interested in trading Chinese stocks this last week after this bullish action here than I've been in almost a year. And again, I'm rambling on and droning on. If folks have questions, please pop those into the channel there for me or into the chat. Rent. This was coming through my races all day long. Who's paying your rent? Not a bad move. You guys get the sound effects of the plane in the background. Got the windows and the doors open here, letting in some fresh northeastern air. I believe this has been on the scans all day too. Nope, I'm lying. Something else looks similar to that. This was on for most of the day, but I think it made its initial move, and kind of that was, well, it gave this pullback entry here, but I lost track of it. Actually, not a bad pullback entry. Bounced off that 17 essentially and moved up again. Nice. Quite a few custom computing stocks actually that I saw coming through today. So there we go. Spies, really pushed up. Now we're getting that topping shadow there. Let's see what happens. 19 minutes and change into the close here. So some advice from a program I watch: only buy when RSI is no higher than 30. A lot of people have different takes on RSI, Peter. It's a good way to see if things are getting overheated. Essentially, that's the big takeaway from it. When you see something makes a move like this in the RSI, on whatever time frame you're looking on, a pullback is likely to happen. Not always. And we could look at this. That's actually a RSI divergence right there. Not much of one, but a little bit of an RSI divergence that we can see happening right there. That's interesting. I don't think there's such thing as too much emphasis on anything necessarily. But just keep in mind, these are signals that we use based on, based on the trading plan that we have. And the signals just aren't always right. That's all there is to it. So, I'd say if, don't use any one thing, whether it's RSI or an EMA or MACD or whatever it is, don't use any of them as a holy grail. But if you have an indicator that you like and you get a good rapport with it, by all means, make sure you're paying attention to what's happening in that indicator. Sometimes certain indicators coupled together work well. So you got to wonder, big options volume in this today. You look at the options volume here on this, and we've got earnings coming next week, and wonder how that's playing in, people hedging their options bet, and we can see increasing volume actually over the last couple days, not just today. But look at that volume over the last few days here. We flattened out back here, increase, 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 increase. So just very interesting to see that action. I'm going to be curious as to what Holly saw underneath the hood there. I wish I knew. Like I said, this came through this race for me today. Whoop. And this is a case here for you there, Peter, with the RSI. Daily RSI right now is only at 51 and change, it looks like, coming off this bottom. So this thing, does it have room to run on RSI before it gets overbought? Absolutely. Is it going to do it? Not sure. I mean, there's no way to actually know. But we know that the action's heating up. Volume is heating up for a whole week now, all right? We have maybe a bottom that's put in here. Of course, earnings, we got to be careful of that. But, these are all signals that we can use. You're not looking at overbought territory until 70, 75, depending on who's calling that. Dalma, how are you? Welcome. So again, open forum here, folks. Sorry, I was just reading an email that came in for me here. So if anybody has questions, fire them away for me. Giving me all the silent treatment. Another big move from this guy here. Not a bad move at all over the last month plus. No, I've never swung a short position on the, I don't know, maybe I've taken 100 short trades over, I haven't taken very many short trades, I mean, in general over my 5 years or so. But if I take a short, there's no way I'm holding that overnight. At least as things stand in my trading life now. It's hard enough to sleep with a long position, but knowing that with a short, you have an infinite possibility of a loss. That's all there is to it. So, there's no way to know how many how far something could gap up or something like that while you're short it. Yeah, sure, the Plaza. It came from this option scan that I did here. I actually have two of them. It's the same top list, but I'm racing them differently. Maybe this one had the noodles in it. So one I'm racing on contracts today. I think that might be, yeah, this one. I'm racing this on contracts today, and this one I'm racing on change from the open. And so these ones here is where I got that from. Here's if you want that scan, if anybody wants that scan here. Share. And so all I've done is this. Here's the actual, whoops, hold on, I gotta close this. Here's the actual scan itself. And so I'm looking at stocks in between 4 and 50 bucks. The options volume percent today is 300, meaning doing 3 times its normal option volume. It has to be at least 80% above the low of today. Relative volume has to be 3, and it has to trade at least 175,000 shares today. And that's what I'm looking at. So there's not a lot of names coming through this because, getting all those metrics together. And I stole part of this actually from Barry's alert window option scanner. Actually, that's where I kind of stole this from. So that's where it came through. Trying to find quality names. It was slow going, but you only need 1 or 2 good trades, and that's it. I mean, and this had a few. It had Kodak was outstanding, DD was outstanding. It's not on here now. This worked out really nice. I mean, that's not too shabby on a percentage basis. And what was the other one? Oh, Tiger, TIGR. This was on here a whole bunch today too. So I mean, 4 really good opportunities through that one window. That's my point. I even limited, so I was running these races as 10 lanes before. I'm running them as 7 lanes now, and I might even cut them to 5. I don't want a ton of names. I want just a few quality names. That's it. The way I have these top list figured, I believe overall. I mean, this is going. We're almost at 4 months of this now. Generally speaking, I have very quality names coming through these through these top lists, and then from there, the races are showing me how they're moving. So I want just the most quality names. I don't need 400 alerts in a day for day trading. I want to go through 400 charts in a night for my swing ideas and my possible swing positions. But I'm not trying to find 400 stocks to day trade. It's not reasonable. There's just too much data to do that for me, anyways. Can only speak in the eye. So, and like I said, not everything coming out of these is gold. I mean, this was terrible today. Has crazy options volume. Well, I guess not terrible now. I mean, if you took this on a 4 break, you're sitting up here now, and you were never in trouble anywhere up here off this gap up. To be honest, I mean, the most trouble you were in is just poking below 4, not by much. And you ran up to almost 450 here, and it's trending that way now. So I guess patience paid off on this one. But it just wasn't a setup that I liked, especially given, look at where we're running into resistance right there. So I just wasn't willing to trade it in that sense. But someone else may have seen it and thought it was an outstanding, outstanding setup. Oh, perfect. So you just started down. All right, and this is an open forum too here. So you have any questions, fire away. Do the best I can to answer them. I always tell people, there's things in the software that are more and less intuitive. And the education that we have becomes more intuitive as well as you get context of the software and what we're talking about when we say an alert window, a top list, a race, compare count window, so on and so forth. This stuff comes, over time. And if you ever, if you have a scan that you're interested in, if it's something we can build, let us know. We can, get your template together during one of these live sessions, or you can always email us. And we can try to put together a template of a scan for you that way too. And that goes for anybody. Info@trade-ideas.com. All right. And you can get us there in the after hours. Anybody can get us there in the after hours as well. That was my biggest Plaza was my biggest issue early in my day trading career, and it kind of deterred me from away from day trading a lot and moving towards swing trading. One, I mean, when I started trading overall, it was a pretty easy. Nothing's easy, but it was more of a trending up market with few shallow corrections in general. The biggest correction that I had to deal with early on in trading was December. We'll call it fall, early winter of 2018, going into 2019. Um, and that was really it, and then COVID came, obviously. Um, but I struggled with day trading because I had too many scans going at once. I'm trying to look at all these scans and they're going off nonstop, and alert after alert after alert after alert after alert after alert after alert are coming, and I couldn't keep up. And next thing I know, I get frustrated. I'm like, well, this one's breaking a new high. I'll just buy this one because it's breaking a new high. And then 9 out of 10 times it was basically the last new high of the day, and it went that way on me. So. This has given me a whole new way to look at this. Take my time. I can find these. I can, set price alerts for pullbacks. One that I set a price alert for a pullback and never came back to me was this one here, PAGS. All right, I set this pullback here. I was hoping to get it to pull back here. It never did. I didn't continue to follow the stock. Had I been paying a little more attention, wasn't trading other things, maybe I would have set, on the 17 break, I should have set a pullback alert for that 17 break, and that would have still been a really great trade. Let's say even if I got 30 or 40 cents off that $17 break, I mean, you can't be upset with that, right? So, that's just kind of pointing out how I'm doing things here, So look, I'll bring this over. And you can see all these different things that I've set price alerts for throughout the day, and how I'm using this. I'm finding these ideas. Basically, my price alerts start empty every single day, and as I get some quality names that I think may have some opportunity in them, I start setting price alerts. Some I'll set them for a breakout, some I'll set them for a pullback. And it also gives me a chance to gameplay or set up a game plan for these names going forward. So for example, had I got this pullback to 16 here and I decided I might have wanted to enter, I've got some risk parameters that are defined and some areas to look at, all right, and I've looked at the chart and I say, all right, these are some likely scenarios that I can play for my risk here on these. So, that's kind of what I was, kind of what I do too with a lot of these here. STNE, same thing, but it just never, I got involved in other trades instead, but this, eventually this came back and it pulled back, and I should have paid more attention because it gave me, a decent alert there off that pullback. Is it setting the world on fire? No, but, we're adding to our revenues. That's the same thing, Michael. Exactly the same thing for me. It's all of a sudden, you get frustrated because there's so many what you think are good alerts, and you end up throwing, spaghetti at the wall to see what sticks, and you end up picking the wrong one, unfortunately. Just, but I think it's normal. It's, part of the trading process. That's, kind of my 2 cents. Man, I keep seeing this thing racing across. We clicked on this one yet? Yeah. What a nice move on this here too. Very liquid, and built around earnings. All right, so I think you're going to find a lot of the things that will come through option scanners will be, earnings will be coming up on that soon. And looks like we're getting pretty bullish into the close here. These last few minutes, compare count windows really moving up here. You got some red data moving up too, especially on the smaller cap stuff. So it's not just all new highs to close out the day. Got a little bit of both. I took a position in Robinhood yesterday, and well, Guess I'm going to have to close it. I don't think I want to take this home for the weekend. It showed on this option scanner here. I'm not sure how many times it might have been on there today, if it was a winner at all. It's the one I put in the, were you here when I shared the scan for? I can share it again. It's easy enough. Just looking here. Not seeing it as a winner, but that's what I said, not all the winners are the winners on the races. And here's the other thing with these races too. I seen it, just saw it somewhere. Well, maybe something different. All right. Here's the other thing with these races too. At the end of a day, you can go through all the winners and see, does it look like anything's got carryover coming into this next week? Or coming into the next trading day. So I'll go ahead and share that again. Oh, you have it. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I mean, it's easy enough to share it just right in the cloud. So it's easy. Click, save or share to cloud, share, and boom. Box came through this today. I don't know what it ended up doing or not. All right, not bad. This is on my do not trade list, but it was coming through early here. Possible to get some of this move here. And again, we could have set some pullback alerts. Look at that area that this area it pulled back to. Again, no happy accident and any of that. And just to stress this point further of pivot lines, watch this. And remember, it's a zone, not exact, but watch where that's going to come across here. I don't think, bang, 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 all matters. I mean, the one thing about this stock that has me almost violating my do not trade policy on it is that it's right at a lifetime high. I mean, so close to it. I'm surmising that Plaza at this point. I haven't made that leap yet, but I suspect because you're finding heavy options volume, there's going to be some forward-looking thinking in this. But the issue you're going to have to watch is earnings on some of these. So it's jumping on me here. So this was just on here, MXCT. All right, it was just on there, just came off the list for whatever reason. Do I want, I don't want to hold through earnings in general, so I want to watch that. So, I go through each one of these. RMBS has been on here a bunch today, all right? And the reason why it fell off is because it made this move up and then it fell. But as it's coming back up again and it's now 80% above the low of today, it's showing up here again. And we're making lifetime highs in this. Look at that options volume doing 5.5 times what it's normally doing. This was only the second day with this scan for me here today, but also thinking back on the history of Barry's option scanner as well, where I took that 300 number from. A lot of those alerts that were successful alerts went on to multi-day holds, at least a day and a half, anyways. So I think it's a reasonable leap to make that will hold true here as well. Whoops. Did not mean to hold. I forgot to set an order. See if I can get filled in the after hours and cut my risk for the weekend. So what else do we have coming through here? Alright, well the market's closed, so I guess that'll affect everything now. So again, fire some questions for me here, folks. There's also some emails I have to jump into. Excellent. Glad you're looking forward to that scan. I think there's potential there. Well, we'll see. No way to know, obviously, ahead of time, but I think there's some good potential there. Um, with after or pre-market scans, do I always have to? I'm not sure what you mean with the pre-market scans there, Michael. You don't have to have pre or post in the search. You just have to make sure you're not using filters or alerts that don't work in that time. That's all. So, like for example, if you're scanning in the pre-market, don't have relative volume in there, for example. And then you're also going to want to make sure if it's a top list, obviously you got to make sure that it's set to live always. Live always versus live during market hours. Interesting. A lot of names on here all of a sudden out of nowhere. Very interesting. Right, and today was quad witching, wasn't it? Whatever that means. Like options expiring and all kinds of stuff. GME finished in the green. Right, exactly. Some of the pre-made scans won't work pre and post market. So for example, if you know you have a new high as the alert in an alert window, that won't work pre or post market. You'll have to add new pre-market high or new post market high. And again, you got to kick out relative volume if it's being used in the scanner. If you send us an email, if you send an email in asking for it, I can get you a PDF that shows what does and doesn't work in the pre-market. Info at trade ideas. There you go. No, I haven't. I mean, I've answered it in the past, but it's changed a little bit. So I used to have a go-to scan I called My Evening Scan because I was really exclusively swing trading for almost 2 years. And since we turned the calendar to 2022, I've been more exclusively day trading again, to be honest. And my go-to scans have been these two. Up until last week, I started using this one, and I'm finding this one really great. And I just really used this one today. Today was the first day with it, so jury's out on this, although I'm hopeful on it. This one I think is really solid also. And these two here have been really, really solid for me. This one was a little bit sluggish during some of this week, but picked back up yesterday and today again. So I mean, I've got 3 solid months with these scans at this point here. So these are my go-tos right now. What you see on my screen right now, this is it for me. This is all I have. I have Holly tab behind here too, but I don't look at Holly a whole ton during the day. This is everything, and I just added, like I said, I just added these races yesterday. That's it, and I didn't even look at them yesterday because I was busy with other stuff, unfortunately. So that's what I'm looking at during the day. The only other stuff that I have here that you don't see is I have this. I have this window that I do here, all right? I have this going on. It's a pin spy window. This is a TI strengths. This is a pin spy single stock window, and I have my price alerts here. And then I have this compare count window that lives on another screen here. All right. And I have my brokerage plus, and that's it. That's literally everything that I have. That's it. There's no other hidden whatever. Hi Chris, can you please go over again how to get the cars racing window? Thanks. Yeah, absolutely. So if you've got a top list, all right, here's a top list. We know it's a top list because it has this T in that top right corner there, or top left corner, excuse me. We right click and we go to launch real-time stock race, and it's going to give us a window that looks like this. I always like to expand my windows out, at least when I'm starting. All right, and then we pick our lanes here, 10 lanes. You have, I think it's up to 20 lanes is what the number is. Sorry, there's a chat coming in, and Andy's getting worked over right now with all these last minute chats that are coming in kind of odd on a Friday. So again, you oh right, you do need to be on our latest beta. So make sure you're on. You got to be on version 5.5.69. I think that's what you folks are on right now. And to know that, if you're on that, you can go to help and about, and that'll tell you your version here. I'm a few ahead testing. All right, and if you don't have that already, you just head to the download page. I'm going to drop a link for the download page. And right now we have no beta version out. It's just a production version. We'll probably be releasing a beta sometime next week, I suspect. And again, for my 2 cents, people should be on the beta. That's just my personal opinion. And the software can tell you when there's an upgrade available. So it's something in the options you have to have selected. But that's the short and skinny of getting into the races, all right? And then how you want to race, that's up to you. The race will be based on, you can pick on any of these columns here. Do you want to race on change from close, volume and shares, relative volume, change from close, 2-minute change? And if you don't like any of those columns, you can come in here to configure. And you can look at these here, and you could select, I want a 5-day range to race on. Show column. You just add that column, and then that column will be here as an option to race on. And then I think racing is best on the delta value, because this is how it works. Your scan is picking stocks based on your filters and the scanning sort, all right? And then once they get to the race, the delta value will say, all right, I've got the stocks. Now I want them to all start even, and I want to see how they're racing if they were starting even through the race based on the filter that I'm racing on. Versus if you don't do a delta value, it could start the stocks, let's say for example you're doing on change from open as what you're racing on. Well, if something's already up 7% from the open and something else is up 3% from the open, but the 3% is really moving, you're not going to see it moving the same as a 7%, because 7%'s already moved, and that 7% is factored in there already. Hopefully that makes sense. But essentially what delta value does, it says, great, I've got all the stocks that I want already. Now I want you to start them at the same starting line. Even though I know it looks like they start at the same starting line, that's not what's happening under the hood. And then of course, you could race them based on and then double based on, but that seems redundant. It won't make sense to me. So, the server sort, the two big ones are server sort and delta value. So essentially server sort is saying, if I was sorting on 7%, if I was sorting on change from close already, the ones that are from change from close that are the biggest are going to be my winners, but they might not be what's actually moving right now. The delta value is telling me what's moving right now. And that's how that works. I kind of screwed up. I should have closed Robinhood. Fill me in the after hours. Wow, Didi, 400 million shares traded today. Is that even possible? And if I didn't go into enough detail about something or something I went into you want, it didn't make sense, or you want some details on something I didn't talk about, fire those away for me. We've got uh, we've got 12 minutes till I'm flying out of here today. And we could even, we can make something right now real quick. Let's, if nothing else is coming in. When you are day trading, are you peeling a portion or just following? I do a combination of things. I mostly look at where it seems like something's bumping its head into resistance. So, oh God, Ari, you're making me cry right now. Look at that close, and I closed it out. Ugh. So, all right. So, anyways, look here. I saw that was going on there, all right, and so I had a sell order. I got rid of some there, and it started to fall, and I got rid of some more, and it started to fall, and I got rid of some more, and so that was that. And of course, it reversed off of there. I wasn't following necessarily any EMA or anything like that. It was just I didn't like the price action coming back down. There was no way to know how the market was going to close. I liked the chart, but I just didn't want to take risk home with me this weekend. I take very little risk. Like I said, I'm kicking myself for not putting a sell on a close order for Robinhood right now. But that's really all the risk I have going into the weekend anyway. So, but that was it. And then the same thing here. I can say MXCT. The same thing happened here. It was a nice move, and all of a sudden we got that wick. No, I'm lying. It was a nice move. I made an entry here, all right, and we got this wick, and I saw that wick, and I said, you know what? When it made that second wick, I'm not sticking around, and I closed the trade out. I could have held around, but I made my lunch money, and I decided to walk away with it. So, I try to remember something that I always heard from Jamie Hodge in the 5 o'clock webinars on Monday that he does, especially my early years when I was, a new subscriber. He said, you're not buying this, and you're not selling that. He said, if you can get the meat in there somewhere and you can get that every time, you'll be a happy camper trading. All right. So, that's what I'm, considering. I got the meat, I got this portion of it. I made an entry here. I made an exit in here. All right. And that's what I'm looking at. And that's, getting that move out of this whole move. That's not bad, right? I don't think it's bad anyways. So, I'm looking at more kind of when I'm day trading resistance, the market. I will couple an EMA in there, but it's not. It's a combination of those items. That's what I'm looking at it. Yeah, I know, Ari. I took a position in it yesterday. It's the first time I took a swing position yesterday, Robinhood and Ari in months, I guess. Um, and and it's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. It's, nothing I can do about it. Again, but we're talking getting the meat of a trade. I got the trade. I bought it here yesterday, right? And then it made that move, and then it faded, and then it made a move up, and I thought, all right, we got something working. And then look how kind of whippy it was during the day today. It made this nice move early on after gap down on me. I wasn't happy about that. And it made this move back down, and then when it got up here and it couldn't get through there, I'm looking at this level right here. I didn't know if it could get through that. That was a terrible line, but I think you get the point, And now it looks like the price action could drag it up to 15, pretty reasonably. But there's no way to know that ahead of time. And so, like I said, I didn't want to take the risk home this weekend. We got the entry here. We got an exit in this zone. And, here to here was the whole thing. So, if we're looking at it on a zone like this, I got this portion of that move right there. If I could ever draw a straight line. I got this portion exiting from an entry here and a move from there to there essentially off my entry. And so, that's the move that I got. Yes. I've been share sizing small recently too right now. I have not been going real big on my share sizes. I'm probably at in between half and 2/3 of what I would take in a nicer trending market. What I mean by a nicer trending market is this. You bring up a SPY, and since this sell off here actually last fall, I had started reducing my share size immediately right there. And then this happened, I started to bring it back up again, and as soon as that happened, I stopped, and even when we moved back up again, I was leaving it at like half to 3/4 size where I had been for the prior 2 years. And I'm glad I did, because then this happened. And I did not have a very good I did not have a very good start to this year at all. I really had a terrible start, and I've made up for it in the last 6 weeks. And I was kind of I was trying to stick to what had been working for 2 years, and it wasn't working anymore, and that's all there was to it. And I made a pivot to more day trading, and that's where we're at now. No, yeah, absolutely. And sizing up, it comes, it's a multiple fold on sizing up. And then the other thing I'll say is this too. Um, Early on, I tried to, play the game of satisfying both demons. Sell part of the portion, when I was up, and see how it goes. But there was times where I was taking 25 and 30 shares of stuff, or 15, 50, 75 shares, and it wasn't making sense to sell half of a 50 share position. It was like, are you gonna sell it, or are you not gonna sell it? If you're gonna sell it, just sell it and take the full proceeds and walk away. And so I found that that didn't start working to me until I started getting up over 100, 150, 200, 300 shares like that, where I could start to sell portions of a position, and then it would make sense. But it didn't make sense to sell something if I was up, $30 on something, and selling a quarter of something that I'm up $30 on. That doesn't have any sense whatsoever. You know what I mean? So relative to count size and share size and things like that. So for whatever that's worth. So, all right, we're messing around here. Let's really fast. We got a few minutes. I do have to fly out of here. Let's make a top list for racing. And we'll start with the filters that I like to start with here. All right, let's see. Let's go for. We'll open this up because I'm going to share this out with you folks. So 100 is more than I like to go, or more than 50 for now anyways. Let's go with the relative volume of 3. Make sure we're liquid. Make sure we're up from the open. And what can we add in here as some sauce? What can we add as some sauce? You're welcome, Plaza. Yeah. You remember Pizza Friday for me. Let's see. Let's say I want to be up. Let's say we want to be up 1.25% over the last 15 minutes. All right, looking at that. And all I'm doing here is just doing this as more of an exercise and building a top list, and that we could race. All right, odds are I will not be running this race, but really what I want to showcase is here is the thought behind racing in the top list with them. So essentially what we're doing is we're saying, hey, top list, I want you to find stocks that are priced between here. They've got a relative volume of this. They've traded at least this much. I want to see they're up from the open. So I don't mind if something gap down, but I only want to see if it's reversing. I don't want to see if it's gap down and keeps moving. It can't be any further than where it opened. All right, it can't be any further down than its actual open right now. All right, and then I want to see it's up just 1/4% over the last 15 minutes. That's what I want you to do, top list. All right. And then let's look at columns. What do we have for columns already? Because now we got to decide what are we racing on and what are we sorting on. So this is also going to sort from the biggest change from close percent. All right, so the stocks that are the biggest change from close percent are going to be at the top of the list. Those are going to be what's racing, and then how they're racing, how they're looking. That's where the column comes in. We got to decide what column do we want. My mind is always turning on these filters. So many of them. You know, might keep it simple on this one and go with the relative volume, I guess. Go with the 2-minute change to run the race on, I guess. Let's do 2-minute change. Do I have that column here already? No. And so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add this as a column, all right? Show column. So it's just as a column. There's no filter actually here, all right? And so that's where I'm at with this, all right? And, you know, we'll give it a name. We'll call it up from open 2-minute, 15-minute change. All right. And now I can throw this at you here. I'm going to save and share it. If it's something you want, just make sure you save it to the cloud, because odds are I'm going to be deleting this sometime in the coming days. All right. But now what we've done is we've told the top list, I think these might be some good quality stocks to look at. And now we tell the race, we launch the race real time. And we say, all right, race, I want you to take those quality stocks, because it's going to take the top ones that are here, all right? And I want you to race them, and we can say how many of these top ones we want, 5, 10, 15, 20, and we decide the race run. I like 3-minute races. It's been working for me, so that's what I'm sticking with. But you could run a race for an hour. You could run a race for 2 hours, whatever you want. You can run a race for 1 minute. And then the based on, remember, we added the 2-minute change from close, so that's what we're going with. We're racing on 2-minute change on a delta value. Replace cars, auto run, and that's how I would, that's what I would be doing there. So we'll press play for fun. I don't know that anything's going to be running right now, but that's that. I'll go ahead and get rid of that. And I think I'm going to begin to wrap things up here. So as always, I thank you folks for popping in with me here. And we'll do it all again next week. I'm going to be changing up some format here for Tuesdays and Thursdays. More details as they come out next week. It'll be kind of abrupt when it happens, but you'll get the short and skinny as we move forward. Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays will stay exactly the same the way they are, though. Barry will be back Monday. He'll have this open, 8 o'clock-ish in the morning. Get, screen sharing and live, all that stuff shortly there afterwards. Monday we'll give you Chicago Sean on the mic at noon for the support hour then. And then I'll be back here at 3:30 on Monday. So that's that. Again, after hours, if you folks have questions over the weekend, let us know. We can get to you by going to info. Terrical, you as well, TRD. You both enjoy your weekends. So info. Boy, if I could type, that would be great. At trade-ideas.com. That's how to get to us through the weekend. You as well, Michael. Appreciate it. And we'll get to you there. So, all right, folks, I thank you all very, very kindly for popping in. And you all have a wonderful weekend wherever you are in this crazy world. Be safe. And we will catch you here on the other side. Take care, and thanks for watching. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.